are live. Couple minutes delayed. We were actually ready to start right on time. Mary and I were both here and ready to go. And then my wife needed a quick favor. And then as we're starting the stream with so there's a delay, right? So I started on my end. Audio is fine. And it cuts out after like 15, 20 seconds. We're like, what the heck just happened? So we had to diagnose that problem, but everything seems to be working now. So welcome to Reasoning.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
Today we're going to be doing something very special. We're going to be looking at a video by the one and only Farid Responds, the man who has dedicated his life to debunking the claims of the anti-Islam industry, or however he phrases that exactly. We're going to be looking.
Mainly AP though, apostate prophet more than anything. He's just obsessed with that man.
Well, yeah, he originally started the channel specifically to debunk apostate prophet, and then he eventually expanded out into other things. Today, we're going to be looking at a video of his called, I believe, The Strongest Reason to Believe in Islam. I believe that's the exact title. Strongest proof for Islam. What is the strongest proof for Islam? I have not watched this video. Mary has. So you'll be getting my reaction, and then you'll be getting her more reasoned thoughts on the matter. I'm sure though, having not seen it, just based on the title alone, I'm sure that we're all going to be Muslims by the end of the evening. I mean, this is the strongest proof for Islam that anyone could possibly offer from the greatest of all the apologists or something, because you know he's great because he talks in a very sophisticated way. Therefore, you know his arguments are very good, or something along those
He
lines.
attempts to at least. But yes, I might have 54 slides, but they are mostly
slides.
photos. they're mostly photos of things. So it's funny because he keeps bringing up these people like, oh, there's this person who believed for this reason. I'm like, I know that guy. He is a fraud. So
A fraud? No, there can never be
no,
any frauds in Islam.
not a fake convert to Islam. Goodness no. That would never happen, will it?
Nope, never, never, never. So Snoopy says, so that's why Thaddeus is late thinking like AP. Well, you know, we are doing Farid today, so you got to get your apostate prophet hat on for sure. Alexander says 54 slides, so we better get some Snickers. Could be, could be.
A lot of them I'll just show briefly, but there's hilarious material in here because Farid will give 3 what he believes to be excellent reasons to believe in the truth of Islam, and we will decide how excellent these reasons are.
Earlier, Snoopy also said, wow, such a look he has. I assume he being Farid. And, you know, I picked like the most gorgeous photo I could find for the thumbnail. So I know that you're just very jealous of his looks, but consider his arguments and not just his amazing good looks there. Andrew also said, I wouldn't hire all ha 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 as a messenger because he can't move except up and down, and even lost his left arms. How can he carry anything except in his teeth? Good question there.
And this always bothered me. No Salafi will tell me whether or not Allah observes human time zones or not. Because if he does, he goes up and down 24 times a day. But if he doesn't, he's going up and down continually, up and down and up and down and up and down because it's continuously becoming the last third of the night in each place if you're calculating it the way you do, say, prayer times, according to the length of the day and everything else and its position relative to the sun. And he has to go up and down differently depending on whether or not it's summer or winter or here or there. And, you know, it's very, very interesting to me. Maybe he duplicates himself to be able to actually come down at the last of the night perfectly in every place because that's really when it's important. or if it is it just at some point during the last third of the night he happens to be down near Earth during the last third of your night. And if that's the case, well, then he can sync up with the pole, whichever one has the longest and shortest nights, and make sure to hit those and then work out the others so it's not that many times that he actually has to travel. Because one would think that Allah would like to stay over his throne and not spend all of his time traveling up and down. But,
And we
you know,
also have one of the world's foremost geniuses, Devonte Huntley, in the chat here. He says, every religion is dumb. You guys are silly. Notice, right, that all religion is silly, dumb, whatever. And yet, here Devonte is spending his time watching religious content. So he is, by his own definition, watching things that are dumb. I guess the conclusion being because he likes dumb things, perhaps because he is dumb. I don't know.
I
But
wouldn't
let me
know.
ask you this, Devonte. Does that include your religion? And don't say you don't have one, right? Don't say, oh, I just have a lack of belief, therefore I don't have a religion. Because the fact that you're here tells me you do have a religion, right? You're here to propagate your religion of non-belief. All right. So, Mary, I believe you had something you wanted to say about the Hajj.
So this year, at least 1,300 people have died during Hajj. This was not an unforeseeable event. In fact, this is an entirely predictable event that would any sensible person would predict that many people will die on Hajj frequently because of the way Hajj is run. Now, the question is, why is Hajj run in this way? And that is because Islam is an Arabist religion. It's Arab supremacist, and most especially the people of Mecca itself have contempt for everyone else. If you're not from Mecca or Medina, they have contempt even for other Arabs. And Arabs have contempt for non Arabs and consider them basically like cattle who produce for them, who make them wealthy, who do stuff to benefit them. That's why if you go to the guides on Hajj, what to expect on your Hajj, you'll find instructions of not to put up a ruckus and not to put up a fuss if you are being exploited and taken advantage of. Because that is standard, that is the norm. That is what happens on Hajj. People are exploited and they're told to shut up, be quiet, because look, you're getting the benefits given to you by this black stone that now your sins are forgiven. So why are you whining about anything else? Why are you troubling people about your petty little concerns? And because of this, 1,300 people died, minimum. And those 1,300 people are unfortunately all or almost all in hell and are going to go into the lake of fire forever. They were betrayed by their co religionists to this false, stupid religion, started by a guy who essentially wanted to have a religion for his own tribe that made his own tribe special. So he made up a religion to make his own tribe super special and Allah's favorite and all the rest of that, and to validate his pagan pilgrimage site that was no different from hundreds of other pagan pilgrimage sites. And now people who were deceived, exploited, fooled, duped,
Sorry,
used,
Mary.
went there and died.
And I
And
apologize. That was a really inappropriate laugh. Um, Devonte is to blame.
he is a very special individual. Well, you're a white dude. Why are you even believing in this Arab stuff? Yeah, we don't believe in
This is
this
how
Arab
genius
stuff.
this guy is, right? This is how genius this guy is that he can't figure out a channel with, let's see, 4 crosses on the screen is not an Islamic channel.
Yep. Very special. So,
Oh my gosh.
so
So
yeah.
Devontae says so he forget this white guy comment, right? You don't know what I believe. I don't believe in anything, not even that claim. I don't. Sorry about any of this stuff. So since he doesn't believe in anything, he doesn't believe I'm a white dude, for example, and he has absolutely nothing to say. If he has no beliefs about anything whatsoever, he has nothing to say. So I trust he won't be saying anything else unless his next comment is, okay, I admit that I do have some beliefs. Now I have to justify them. If that's not his next comment, if he insists he has no beliefs, then he has nothing to talk about and he will be doing no further talking. That it's as simple as that.
So I want to clarify here for this very slow person who calls himself Palestine One that I am not rejoicing in the death of Muslims. In fact, it's Muslims who did that. They're the ones who exploited these people, who tricked these people, who stole their money, stole their wealth, stole their identities, their cultures, everything else, and put them in hot tents to die because it would be too much trouble to give them water.
So Palestine One, you make another comment like this and you're banned. They wish death upon the Muslims and their children. When has anyone on this channel ever wished death upon anyone? Where do you get off making idiotic comments like that? You
Let
just
me
accused us of being genocidal. And you think that's okay?
and let
Really?
me explain something to you about what's actually happening in Palestine because you don't seem to get it. The Muslims around the world are using Palestine as their personal jihadis. They're funding the jihad and encouraging them to get their wives and children killed because they want them to die for the rest of them. They want them to die killing Jews. So again, they are throwing away the lives of these people, tricking them, deceiving them into this stupidity, throwing them into a meat grinder essentially, and tricking people into following this perverted nonsense. It's disgusting. Islam is disgusting. And it turns people into exploitative, disgusting users, abusers, and victims. All three. So it's just a blight on humanity.
So he did say, I said, not
I
everyone.
care about every single person who died thinking that they're getting Jannah, thinking that they will get to be pedophiles in paradise because that's what Allah promises. He promises that He will take you and make you into a man who desires nothing more than sex with prepubescent girls, barely budding breasts. And they
Palestine One.
believe that that's God. And I am
Palestine One.
angry about every single person who has been deceived in this way. I am
Mhm.
angry about every person who died on the Hajj. I'm angry about all the children who have died in Palestine because the morons of Hamas who believe that they're pure in faith are using them as human shields. Disgusting cowards that they are. I am angry about all of it.
Palestine One said, I said, not everyone. Well, first of all, you didn't. You said these people, right? You said you guys. Maybe you're not one of them. Well, thank you for acknowledging that maybe I'm not someone who would like Muslims to be genocided. Now, why did you come in making that accusation without knowing, right? Why did you just come in and make that accusation blanketly? Is it because you're filled with hatred? Because you want people to be genocide, so you're projecting that on others? Do tell me. And I want an actual apology. Not, I said not everyone. Maybe you're not one of them. We have made it in very clear terms that the reason we're here isn't because we hate Muslims and we celebrate them dying and all that other bullshit you said, but in fact, because of what Adam said here. We actually want them to have life. We want Muslims to have life. That's what we want for Muslims. We are here spending our time doing what that dumb atheist said was pointless and stupid because we love Muslims, because we want Muslims to be free. Now, we hate Islam, right? There's a big difference. There's a big difference between Islam and Muslims. We hate Islam. Islam is evil. We oppose Islam with everything you want.
And someone else made a very good point. An ex-Muslim here, White Lily, said that they're also being exploited even more because they're being told, "Oh, your relatives who died, they're martyrs now, who died in at Mecca. They're martyrs because they died at Mecca, so it's fine. Shut up about the fact that they were killed by tour operators who abuse them, by the tourist site, people running the tourist sites, because that's what it is. It's a fake pagan temple tourist site, that they were killed by these people. Shut up because they're martyrs. Be happy because they're martyrs. They're martyrs, so now they can intercede for you and get you into Jannah. Be happy that they were exploited, that their lives were stolen. So consider how wonderfully happy you should be that they've been killed like this. And it's just really, really massively disgusting.
All right, so Palestine one, you don't get it. When have I associated or standed with people celebrating Palestine being dust? When have I done that?
Aside from
Your
which,
next comment, your next
Philistia,
comment is a justification of your accusations against me, or an apology, or you're banned. Those are your options.
and anyway, Philistia doesn't exist anymore and hasn't for a long time. Until Israel was a country, those people called themselves Syrians. And
The
then they made up a a term for a nation that never existed as a nation, based upon ancient Roman. That's like suddenly people going, we are in Britannia, the province of Rome. Whenever it has no significance to those people, and hasn't for a very long time, and doesn't mean anything. A province of, if you want to be Roman, let us know. Would you like those folks to be part of the Byzantine Empire again? Because that's what Palestine is. If you're saying, back with the Byzantine Empire, let us make Istanbul must be Constantinople again. So let's, you want Palestine, that's what it'd have to be. Let's make Istanbul Constantinople again, and we could have our Palestine, and I'll be right with you on that one.
All right. So Palestine one, you were given 3 options. You did not take any of them.
You make me sick.
You're banned. Goodbye.
All right.
You cannot come in here and accuse me of supporting genocide and then say, oh, Andrew Martin in the chat, which I'm sure does not support genocide, does. Therefore, you are in the wrong and I don't have to apologize. And we got another moron here. I'm not going to tolerate attempts to distract. I know none of you want to hear. I know all the Muslims in here are desperate to not hear Farid's reasons to believe in Islam because you know they are so pathetic, but not going to work. We're not going to be distracted by your stupid comments. Anything off topic will lead to an instant timeout for people who are not new to the channel, right? Who know the rules. And I know that you people who are making those off topic comments and trying to distract have been around long enough. You know the rules. You are going to be put on timeout. And if you you think that creating a new account after I ban you, Palestine one, is going to accomplish anything, I can instantly ban you again in 2 seconds.
I already did. Too late.
And Mary beat me to it. I banned him like within 5 seconds, and Mary beat me to it. That's how fast.
Faster.
That's how fast he was banned again.
All right.
All right, let's get Farid up here. I hate to say it, but compared to what we just witnessed, Farid is a breath of fresh air. All right.
So I'm often asked what's the strongest proof for Islam, and in my opinion, it really depends on your background.
I'm going to pause it right there. Okay, so he's often asked this question. Again, I haven't seen any of this. So I assume he's often asked it. He's had a lot of time to think about it, And then the first thing he says, it depends on your background. Well, actually, the strongest reason to believe in Islam shouldn't depend on your background. It should be objectively true. So what I think he's going to actually say is, what's the most convincing argument to a given person? Sure, that could vary, but that's not actually the strongest. So he's not off to a good start. Anything you want to say, Mary?
That's exactly what he's going to do. I mean, you have a point. What's the most convincing argument for you? That would, what's the most convincing argument, or what's the best argument to make? Then you would say, well, it depends on a person's background or their personal outlook or the way they think or whatever, right? Their experiences. But to say that it is the best, he's essentially saying that there is no objectively founded best reason, that it's all relative, and that
Yeah.
doesn't even exist, essentially.
And if he's going to say the most convincing argument, well, that one's actually quite easy. And this is true of all religions. The number one reason people convert to any religion is, I want to marry someone who's in that religion. Doesn't have any bearing on truth, right? But it's the number one reason people convert to a given religion. So I guess he's saying that, get ready, Muslims, it's time to do your love jihad. If that's our criteria. Yeah, do we have Cat Kim? You missed it. The cat was here earlier and then he left. He could not stand looking at Farid. Sorry.
And we do indeed have doggy asleep, but I didn't set up the dog cam because I'm not sure where I put my power pack.
Hopefully we'll get a cat at some point. I'll pull them up as soon as they do, as soon as they're here. All right, let's see what else he has to say.
The same applies with the companions of the Prophet, peace be upon him. Different reasons cause different companions to convert to Islam. So for
Okay, so what? I mean, he's only going to talk for 60 seconds here, right? He has 60 seconds to convince me that Islam is true. He's used 13 of those seconds to say people have different reasons to convert to Islam. Great. People have different reasons to convert to Christianity. People have different reasons to convert to Buddhism. People have different reasons to convert to the random cult down the street. That's not an argument. Where's an argument? And do let me know when you want me to bring up your slides.
Oh, not yet. We'll wait for him to actually give the first of his. That was his first point. Now his second of 4 is about to come up. One reason that people
How is that a point?
It's going to be. Well, his first point is basically, well, it depends on who you are. Now his second point will actually be an answer. So.
For example, Abdullah bin Salam and Salman al-Farsi both convert to Islam due to their knowledge of previous scriptures. And
all right. So
I'm sorry, I love this so much.
So he gives 2 names, and I'm sure Mary will have more to say on this in a minute. But the format generally, since I've never seen this, I'm going to react first. Right. So 2 people converted because of their knowledge of previous scriptures. Their knowledge of scriptures which didn't exist at the time of Muhammad, according to every Muslim that we talk to, certainly don't exist now. As far as historical evidence goes, never existed. But because of that mythical knowledge, which I'm sure Mary's going to have good reasons to tell me that I'm correct, that it's mythical knowledge, that these people didn't exist, or they certainly didn't convert because of some previous scriptures.
Oh, well, they claimed they did. That's the good part. These folks are the source, one of the major sources of the lies about what's in the previous scripture, because they just said, yeah, we recognize him from our scripture, and this is what we recognize in him, this is why we know he's true. And the Muslims are like, yeah, see, these people know, they're the smart people. Let's see how honest they are.
Now, I would say, if there was evidence that we could actually test, not just someone saying it, but if there was actual evidence that we could test, like scriptures that we could read, that seemed to predict the Prophet Muhammad, that would actually be a legitimate reason. So we're one step away from a legitimate reason. Someone said there was scriptures that predicted Muhammad. I assume you want me to bring up your slides now?
Yep.
All right.
All right. So I started here with Farid looking looking very scholarly, the most scholarly picture I could find for him. So here he is with in front of his great library. I'm sure he's read every book in, and he's going to give us his scholarly opinion for the very best reasons to believe in Islam, right? So, knowledge of previous scripture just as a category, right? And so this is one dude. This guy's totally a liar, by the way, because according to most sources, this guy died like massively after Muhammad and would have been really, really, really old if he was actually older than Muhammad. Uh, if Muhammad's ages are anywhere close to correct, he would have been stupidly old when he died. And so he he was younger than Muhammad. This never actually happened, but he made it up to trick people. But let's see what supposedly is happening. So he was in Medina. He was a person of Arab extraction in Medina, and he said that when I was a well-grown boy of 7 or 8, understanding all that I heard a Jew calling out at the top of his voice from the top of a fort in Yathrib. That's Medina. Oh, company of Jews! Oh, company of Jews! Until they all came together. I'm sorry, I'm losing it. And then he called out, and they called out, "Confound you, what is the matter?" He answered, "Tonight has risen a star under which Ahmad is to be born." So, like, oh, we know that this prophet is coming. This is the quality of nonsense that you get with people. Oh, we recognized him. We knew that it was going to be him. We know it's true. That Jews, because of their scripture, saw a star under which this supposed prophet is to be born. So,
And we do have a Muslim who, as far as I know, has never been on this channel before, so I want to acknowledge them. We have Five Nights at Freddy's, which is a very strange thing for a Muslim to be using as his screen name, but nonetheless,
my church
Muslims.
isn't empty, and I've seen many very, very empty mosques. I mean, what just
Mhm.
happened in Iran? Didn't they have to close hundreds and hundreds of
Yeah,
mosques?
2/3 of the mosques in Iran
Yeah.
is closed.
So I don't know. I mean, yes, you do like taking over the church buildings that we abandon because they're no longer up to code and you don't care about code. Like Muslims don't care about code. They don't care about following laws. They don't care about the weak. They don't care about the disabled. They don't care about any of that stuff. They just want to get their hands on a church building, no matter how decrepit it is. So they'll take over elderly old church buildings that are not handicap accessible and aren't up to electrical and fire codes and happily pack in there to save a dime. But that's hardly a argument for the truth of Islam. There are huge numbers of places, and honestly, so few Muslims pray 5 times a day. It's not even funny how few Muslims actually pray 5 times a day. They're
Yeah, true.
always praying when they're on stream, right?
Uh-huh.
It's miraculous how often we're on stream and somebody needs to go pray.
Uh-huh.
But in
No, well,
terms
I mean,
of
in fairness, the people who call in the streams probably are way more devout than the average Muslim. But true story, right? Someone referred me to a video because they thought it was interesting or whatever. One of those video, I forget the name of the series, but it's a regular series that one of those like super popular channels do, where there's one person who's faking it and everyone else is real. And one of the episodes was who's the real Muslim. And one of the questions, right? They're allowed to ask each other questions to try to determine if they're all. It's like, what are the 5 daily prayers or something like that? And none of them knew, right? Like they're all but one are Muslims, right? And
yeah,
I think there's one in the morning, something like that.
yeah.
So,
Well, you go
most
to
Muslims, they don't pray 5 times a day. But even if they did, right? Even if this comment was true, which
yeah,
it's not,
which
but
it's
even if it was
not.
true, what does this have anything to do with whether Islam is true or not?
I mean, for
Nothing,
heaven's
as far as
sake,
I know.
they have Maoist study sessions every single day for hours in or had in communist China. Does that mean that communist China is true? There were a billion Chinese Maoist communists. Does that mean that Maoism is the truth? Like, seriously, what kind of argument is this?
Yeah, and I asked
they had
him.
powerful revolutionary overthrows of some of the largest countries in the world that turned to
Mhm.
communism. So communism must be the true
Clearly,
faith, because I
clearly.
mean communism is a faith.
And I
It's
did
an
ask
entire
him,
belief system.
right,
So
what this has to do with the truth of Islam. He hasn't replied. I imagine he probably just had this hit and run comment and was not actually interested in any of the content. But I do want to point out the irony of this statement. Oh, hence we sin less than you do. How could Christians not be egotistical? Who's being egotistical here exactly?
yeah.
You coming in here telling us how superior you are, and you say, "How dare Christians be egotistical? We Muslims, we're superior in every way." Ooh, weird stuff. Weird stuff. Maybe he doesn't know what the word egotistical mean. I mean, he just wrote egotistic, which isn't really a
Yeah.
word. So
Well,
maybe he doesn't actually know what it means. I don't know.
yep. All right. So, and then here's another example of knowledge from the scriptures. And this lets us know what is supposed to be found in the scriptures of the Christians, at least. So, in the scriptures of Jews, we ought to have something about a particular star under which a prophet is born. So, when this is Bahira, the supposed monk who saw Muhammad out there and realized that he was a true prophet, etc., etc. And then he says, and so then he began to ask him about what happened in his waking and in his sleep. This is Muhammad, his habits, his affairs generally. So this is what you ought to be able to find in the scripture. Muhammad's waking, Muhammad's sleep, Muhammad's habits, Muhammad's affairs generally, and what he told him coincided with what Bahira knew of his description. So all of these things need to be there. Then he looked at his back and saw the seal of prophethood between his shoulders in the very place described in his book.
Mhm.
So
I believe
what do
that's
we need to
Deuteronomy
find?
18:18, right?
Do what?
Deuteronomy 18:18, right?
Yeah. What do we need to find? We need to find Muhammad's big mole.
Mhm. Yeah, that's what, right? So I said that because we did have Scarface trying to claim that Muhammad was mentioned in Deuteronomy. Well, according to the companions or people who became companions who converted because of the scriptures, what they were convinced by was the mole, right? The mark on Muhammad's back that's vividly described in the scriptures as a proof of who this future prophet is. And then they saw it on Muhammad and they're like, yes, this is the prophet we have always wanted. Please tell me what scripture that is exactly. I'd like to know. And don't say it's lost because we have copies of the entire Bible from before the time of Muhammad. So was it retroactively lost? Did people know about it in the 6th century? But somehow not only all the copies of the scriptures, including ones that were buried at the time of the 6th century and dug up in modern times, but also all the writings about the scriptures, right?
Hmm.
All the commentaries, all of
Well,
them were edited to remove this
well,
birthmark.
here's the issue. The folks who are the Christians, according to Muhammad, include al-Rum, the Romans, which is identical with the Byzantines. So the Byzantines and the Abyssinians are both identified clearly as Christians, and the Syrian Church of the East in Najran, they are also called Christians. They are all Christians with the book at the time. So, oh, this is a crazy person, by the way. He is legitimately insane. I checked his channel.
Well,
He's a
I thought it was
lunatic.
a joke
So,
because it
no,
was
nope.
actually a
He
good
is
joke.
just, I think that he is legitimately insane as far as I can tell. Uh, so,
And Una says moles in the days of the Salem witch trials were evidence of being a witch. I don't know if that's true. Mary probably does, but hey,
he,
I can believe that Muhammad was a witch. No
yes,
problem.
and that was also considered evidence of being possessed by a jinn or something. The man is also shirt challenged I hope he is wearing pants, but in his videos you cannot see a shirt.
So
I hope he
Scarface
discovers clothing.
Scarface says, maybe it's one of the books that you arbitrarily threw out of your Bible. You mean all those books that you can go and read? And weren't thrown out arbitrarily, by the way. They're thrown out. They weren't
They
thrown
were
out.
never
They were never part
so
of the
they
Bible.
were never part of the
Two,
Bible. They were written
they
way
weren't
too late.
added to the Bible because for very good reasons, like being written very late, being heretical, not being written by an apostle.
All right.
Good reasons, right?
I will be right
But
back.
go ahead and tell me, right? You can quote whatever you want, any book.
I
It doesn't
think
even
my
it doesn't have
husband,
to be
hang on,
scripture. Any book in the history of humanity before the time of
that
Muhammad
describes
that
the
mentions
mole.
this. Yeah, that describes this mole. I'd like
I
to.
need to be right back because I think my husband is sleeping through his alarm. 1 second.
Okay. Yep. Is this a hate channel? It is not. Glad I could clarify that for you. As Gospel of Jesus says, this is a truth channel, the truth channel of Islam. Indeed, we speak the truth here. I don't hate you, Zeta. I don't hate Muslims. I love Muslims. I adore Muslims. That's why I'm here. I'm here to talk to Muslims and tell them the truth. Damn sad. Oh, it's damn sad that I love Muslims. It's damn sad that I want to tell Muslims the truth. I know that your comment was probably said before you heard
He
me
was
say those
playing
things.
video games, and he left
So,
his alarm upstairs, so I could hear it going off, and he couldn't because he was focused on his video games. So, but
all right.
it was there. It was set for a reason, and he was missing it, so it was important to run off and let him know.
And Muslims call me Al Mahdi says, this is a hate channel for you mocked me.
I'm not
Well,
the one who can't find a shirt.
So I apologize on behalf of Mary. If you're not insane, right?
He's insane.
If your name's a joke, just say I'm joking. If you actually believe that you're the Al Mahdi, then yes, you're insane. Just what would I debate you on? I dare you debate me. I'm not afraid of you. I just don't know what you want me to debate you on. Well, I mean, let's put it this way. I'm not going to debate some guy trying to start a new cult where he's the leader.
Yeah, he's trying to start a new cult.
Now, if you have an actual topic other than I'm the Al Mahdi, then sure.
Anyway,
Yeah.
let's move on from the new cult.
Yes.
We attract so many attempted cult leaders. But
Yeah, well,
anyway,
Snoopy said it looks like a joke. I thought it was a joke. Maybe it's not. All right, it's impossible to tell the difference between genuine insanity and someone joking around. So I thought he was joking, but Mary says he's insane. We'll see which one he says.
looking on his channel, he seems crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So.
No, you cover your head a little.
Yeah, you that.
Okay.
Yes, I'm covering my head, and
That-
I would
that-
be fine if
that-
you covered your head. I just would hope you'd cover your chest too. I don't want to see it. Anyway,
All right. So did you have more on this knowledge of scriptures?
yeah, I do. So, oh, and another thing, he knows also from the scriptures that his father died, and even died before he was born, if you keep reading. So he knows he's an orphan and all of these, and especially the seal on his back, his big mole is in the scripture and says this. All right, so then it says, what induced, and then, oh, what induced us to accept Islam apart from God's mercy and guidance was that we used to hear the Jews say, we used to hear the Jews say. We were polytheists, worshipping idols, while they were people of the scriptures with knowledge which we did not possess. There was continual enmity between us, and when we got the better of them and excited their hate, they said, the time of the prophet who has been sent has now come. We will kill you with his aid, as Ad and Aram perished. Now, I have no idea why on earth the Jews would be citing to the two places that like do not exist in their scripture, and they do not believe that God had any activity in. So already this is fraudulent. This is made up because the Jews did not believe that Ad and Aram were smited by God. But they may have talked about the fact that they were waiting for their Messiah and intended to take over the world whenever he showed up. They might have said that. But then, what's even funnier is that when God sent his apostle, we accepted him, and when he called us to God, we realized what their threat meant and joined him before them. Then we believed in him, but they denied him.
Mhm.
Why would you think he is authentic if the Jews are expecting a prophet, which they weren't? They were expecting the Messiah, which was much more than a prophet. Why would you think that Muhammad is the authentic one if they said he isn't? If the whole and remember that according to all the Muslims, they'll go, why were there Jews in Medina if they weren't expecting a prophet out of Mecca? But they say in the same breath they say, but the Jews, they rejected the prophet because they were jealous because he wasn't a Jew. If they were expecting him out of Mecca the entire time, then they weren't they didn't reject him because they were jealous. If they came there because they were expecting a prophet from Mecca, in what universe would they go, oh, he's coming out of the place that we expected him to come out of? Now we reject him because he isn't from a Jewish background. Like, do they even hear what they're saying? And this is the kind of stupid stuff that people say when they make stuff up as they go along and you can't really revise it very well and different people are saying different things. I just want everyone to just seep their minds in how moronic this is. The Jews are in Medina because they're expecting their own prophet, a prophet, the last prophet, the most important prophet ever, who will come from the south around Mecca. And they expect him to come to them. And then when he comes to them, they reject him because he came out of Mecca and is from among the Arabs just like they were expecting and anticipating and hoping, and the reason that they moved there.
So, important message here from Una. She says, like and subscribe.
It's as good as waging war against Allah and His Messenger.
That is very true. I hope you do that. And Centurion says, do I get 72 virgins or 72 raisins? The answer is yes.
Is this the comic book picture that you're trying to portray here?
And I did want to clarify this for Centurion. He said there's no Jews in Medina because no one lived in the middle of Arabia because there's no water. Medina was definitely a very populated city. There's no debate about that.
Yeah,
There's
I
some
don't
debate
know why
about
you're saying
Mecca,
that.
but everyone agrees that Medina was well populated. It's
Medina
documented
was
in ancient
mentioned.
sources.
Yeah, Medina was mentioned in a number of sources. It's very well documented, and this whole there was no water thing is getting quite tiresome because it's simply not true. There was a little water. There were water in only a few places, but there was enough water to sustain. I mean, Medina had actual growing thing, had actual fields of they called the date palm the bread of the desert, and they had lots of date palms. Uh, Taif had not only date palms but wheat because it was up on the plateau and they could get some water from runoff and also had quite a bit more rain than farther down. The shore had less rain as the clouds go up, they kind of hit the plateau going up, and so kind of drop their water just over the edge of the plateau. So Taif was a place where, because of the way the geography ran, had quite a bit more water than other areas, and even had fields. Mecca didn't have any fields, but Mecca doesn't. Nobody claimed that they had fields. So
You hear it through the grapevine of corruption. No, so Centurion, I was trying to clarify for you, right? You're confused. J. Smith does not say Medina did not exist.
no,
If
he
he
doesn't.
said that, he misspoke, right? Because that's not a belief that J. Smith holds. It's not a belief that any knowledgeable person would ever hold. The Medina or Yathrib is a very well documented city. You're thinking of Mecca, which is what I was trying to get you to correct you on. You're thinking of Mecca, and it's debatable whether Mecca existed or not. Mary says that it did. J. Smith says it didn't. And Zeta, when did anyone insult you, right? So hopefully you get some
Oh,
benefits insulting
she's
others, believe very smart.
she got really upset about the fact that I was making fun of people who said that the Jews were in Medina because they were expecting a prophet from among the Arabs to the south. And then they moved there in expectation, ready to welcome him and join him. And then when he appeared, they didn't like him because he was from the Arabs. That's what your silly sources claim, and people
So,
make claims about them.
yeah,
It
so let me
it's
clarify
not
something for you.
possible. It is a mockable position because it's irrational, it's ridiculous. And if you want to go, well, you hurt my feelings by making fun of something that is impossible and irrational, do you want to go to hell because you don't want your feelings to be hurt and you don't want to think about how ridiculous a certain position is? Really? Is that what you want? Do you want me to coddle you and go, "Oh, it's okay. That I know it's a really stupid thing for anyone to say, but believe whatever you want. It's all right. You know, I'm sure it will be fine for you in hell forever." Which one is kinder?
Yeah, I mean, you you believe that Muhammad was a good man, blah blah blah. He told people that their beliefs were stupid, right? He told people that their beliefs in multiple gods, for example, were stupid. Are you saying that Muhammad was doing something wrong, insulting the beliefs of others? Now, if we were insulting you personally, saying you smell or something, well, that would be quite childish and stupid. That would be, as you put it, very smart, sarcastically. But criticizing beliefs that are clearly false is not inappropriate. It's a good thing to do. So I want you to try to distinguish between making fun of a bad idea and making fun of a person, because what we're doing is making fun of a very dumb, bad idea that will lead you to hell. And that's why we're doing it, right? That's why we're doing it, is because we don't want you to go to hell for believing in these stupid things. All right. So, what else we got on? Is this the next topic here, or is this still the scriptures?
Oh, it's still the scriptures. So the
Okay.
here are reports of Arab soothsayers too, and this is one of the funniest ones. I just had to include because it's hilarious. So as to the rabbis and monks, they believed in him because this description and the description of his time was found in their scriptures, and their prophets had all told them about Muhammad coming, which oddly no one can find since then. As to the Arab soothsayers, they had been visited by the Satans from the jinn with reports that they had secretly overheard before they were prevented from being from hearing by being pelted with stars. So the the Arab soothsayers, aka the pagan priests, all expected, or many of them expected Muhammad because their individual shaitans came with the news, then their demons were telling them about Muhammad and him coming, which I find hilarious. That the demons, oh, hey guys, we're demons. We're letting you know that this true prophet's coming here.
Yeah, I actually believe this story, right? I
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
believe that the soothsayers who are contacting dark spiritual forces, according to Christianity, but also according to Islam,
yep,
uh, are saying that the true prophet has arrived because that's what their spirit guides or whatever you want to call them are telling them. I think that might be true.
yep. And you know, here's supposedly the what the jinn are telling people, and of course, it's an anti-Christian message. Uh, that he hath not chosen a wife or son. Notice the
What?
wife or son because, of course, Muhammad thinks and Allah thinks that Christians believe that Mary is the wife of the father who then had
Mm-hmm.
intercourse with him and bore a son. That is what they honestly think that Christians The,
All right.
a
So pause for
poor
one
portion
second
of the
here.
Christians
We
did.
got to explain this in baby terms for Scarface. All right. He says the Jews in Medina were arrogant and tried to assassinate the prophet multiple times.
Okay. Why
Here's the
were
problem,
they
right?
why
Here's
were
the
they in
problem.
Medina? Scarface, just let us know. Why, according to you, why were there Jews in Medina?
And my question is, what are these Islamic sources telling us about what they said the scripture said? Right? Your sources are claiming one thing, you're claiming a different thing. So which one is it? Well, in fairness, what you're claiming is also found in your sources. It's almost like your sources make up multiple different contradictory things. You do tell us though. Do tell us.
Anyway, and oh, by the way, I just had to add this, Zeta, before I hope you're here for a moment longer to hear this. So the Arabs and the Quraysh and others, when they were journeying and stopped at the bottom of a vale to pass the night therein, they used to say, I take refuge in the Lord of this valley of the Jinn tonight from the evil that is therein. So your little I take refuge in Allah formula is a pagan formula that they used to say for about their pagan gods, all of them. And Muhammad just used the same pagan formula for his particular pagan god, very similar with many other things that he adopted wholesale from the pagans. Whenever you uh, announce the sayings that you're supposed to say whenever you're circling the Kaaba. That's barely altered from the pagan Quraysh saying. A lot of things directly your talbiyah. A lot of these things come very, very directly from these pagan origins and are just adopted, straight up adopted with tiny tweaks to make them Islamic rather than polytheistic.
The
So,
Scarface, you didn't answer any of our comments. Jews have been in Arabia for over 1,000 years before the prophet. Yeah, true, correct. How does that have anything to do with either of the claims of your sources? That the Jews were
so
especially in
why were they
Medina
in
waiting for the
Medina
prophet?
specifically?
Yeah.
According to you asked the average Muslim, why were there Jews in Medina? What were they doing there? What are they going to say?
And then tell me if they were, and then tell me why, if they're doing what these texts are claiming of seeing that Muhammad's mentioned in the text, they then reject him as a false prophet. And then third, tell me what happened to these texts, why they don't exist today. Do tell me all of those things, right? Try to actually answer at least one of those things. Forget all of them. That's way too complicated for you. Try to answer at least one of those things in your next comment. Timothy said there's a video floating around of some guy who says he contacted demons to know what the religion leads to heaven, and they told him Islam. So demons told him how to get to heaven. Sad as is funny. It seems that the past happens today as well. And now, I mean, I don't know this video. It could just be a joke or a lie, but also plausible.
Yep. All right. So, among the things, but here is according to Ibn Ishaq, here is Muhammad in the gospel. So this is where we're supposed to find this stuff about Muhammad and the big mole on his back and everything else. So he says, among the things which have reached me about what Jesus, the Son of Mary, stated in the gospel, which he received from God for the followers of the gospel, and applying a term to describe the apostle of Allah, is the following. It's extracted from what John the apostle set down for them when he wrote the gospel for them from the testament of Jesus, Son of Mary. He that hateth me hated the Lord. And if I had not done in their presence works which no other did for me, they had not uh, they had not sinned, but from now on they are puffed up with pride and think that they will overcome me and also the Lord. But the word that is in the law must be fulfilled. They hated me without a cause. But when the Comforter is come, whom God will send to you from the Lord's presence, whom God will send you. Interesting, because in John, it says that, yeah, God will send him, but it also says that someone else will send him. Jesus himself will send him. But anyway, the And the Spirit of truth will have gone forth from the Lord's presence. He shall bear witness of me, and ye also, because ye have been with me from the beginning. Wait, what? What? To them? So again, even he is claiming that this Spirit of truth is actually going to go to the apostles standing around Jesus. And somehow, yet, this is supposed to be Muhammad. I have spoken unto you because this, so that about this ye shall not be in doubt. And he claims that this in Syriac is Muhammad, and Greek he is a paraclete, which is utterly nonsensical and ridiculous. So no, that is not what it says in Syriac, and in Greek, paraclete does not mean Muhammad, and he's not called Ahmed. But
Um,
you notice him
so
changing up words to act like, oh, there are two separate ones coming. There's going to be this comforter, and then there's also going to be the Spirit of truth.
okay,
So
so
moving
Scarface
stuff
says, so
around.
they were expecting a prophet, right? And they rejected him. Why did the Jews reject Jesus if they're expecting a Messiah? Well, because they didn't think that Jesus was that Messiah, right?
And
They
why didn't they think that Jesus was the Messiah? Because they only want he fulfilled a huge number of the requirements and the entirety of some requirements. But they wanted a Messiah who would come and kill people.
hmm
And was Muhammad coming to kill people? Was Muhammad coming to conquer? If yes, they would have no reason to reject him. Now, again, according to your sources, they were expecting a prophet from Arabia, from this place. And also, they were expecting him to be a violent and a violent man who would attack and kill and things, right? And would conquer. They weren't expecting a prophet, but let's pretend that they were. According to your sources, what they're expecting was a prophet, so fine. They're accepting, we'll call him a prophet. Attack and kill and conquer. Muhammad came attacking, killing, conquer, doing all the things that the Jews would want him to do. So that could not be why they could not be rejecting him because he wasn't doing what they wanted him to do. He did
hmm
exactly what they wanted him to do.
And I'll also point out that no one said that Jews rejecting Muhammad debunks Islam, right? He says your own logic debunks Christianity. No one said that this debunks Islam. You need to like use your brain and think and actually listen to the arguments being made. What we're saying is that the story is internally consistent, therefore it's made up. That doesn't debunk Christianity, or that doesn't debunk Islam, but it does mean that this argument of Farid doesn't hold up, right? It debunks his argument. If people did not convert to Islam because of what they saw in the previous scriptures, and you can say it's because they're arrogant or whatever, it still debunks the argument. If they didn't convert, they didn't convert. There is no argument. The argument is people saw the scriptures and they converted. You're now saying, well, they saw the scriptures and they didn't convert, therefore Islam is true. What? 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 Do you not understand Farid's argument? I mean, just say Farid made a bad argument, and we're good. So Zeta says, I hope you guys the best. So
Yeah,
I
she
asked,
lied. Before she's like, I'm not a Muslim, and now she's like, okay, I'm a Muslim. I
well,
asked
she
her
said, I
whether or not,
didn't say I was a Muslim, but then she
yeah.
did. But
Uh,
forget
I
that.
asked her. I asked her if pedophiles and people who encourage pedophilia
Respected.
should be you should be nice to them. Yeah, whatever people's beliefs are, they should
I,
be
yeah, I
respected.
asked
Okay,
Zeta. I asked Zeta
okay,
twice. I asked
then
Zeta
fine.
twice. What if
Zeta,
my belief is that you personally should be killed? Do you respect that belief? And she dodged the question twice.
and again,
I wonder why.
what if all Muslims should be killed? What if that is conviction that someone has? Just
Yeah.
like Muslims have to have the conviction that all Jews should be killed. What if someone's conviction is that all Muslims should be killed?
Yeah.
Is that something you respect?
I
I
mean,
mean,
I call that person a crazy
you
nut
think that
job,
I ought to
but you,
respect the belief that a grown man can climb on top of a tiny child and shove his penis inside of her, four of them, four tiny children, because that's what Islam teaches. And you're saying that on the basis that it's your religion, that I should respect your perverted religion.
I mean, okay. So my belief is that Islam is an evil demonic religion that comes straight from the devil. Do you respect that belief? Because that is actually my belief. Forget the theoreticals. My my belief that you respect, right, is that you are worshiping the devil, you're following a religion of the devil, and you're going to hell. Do you respect that belief? Yes or no? Right? I want to know if you respect that belief, or if you're just giving empty statements that you don't even believe yourself. Because you got to respect everyone's belief. That is my belief. My belief is that your religion is demonic, evil, and that you are deceived, victim of it, but nonetheless are in fact worshiping the devil when you worship Allah. Okay? So do you respect that? Yes or no?
Yeah, and I guess she's looking forward to being a child forever in paradise, along with dozens, if not hundreds, of other women to wait her turn with her barely budding, perky little breasts, not bleeding, of course, because I mean, she's not old enough to. Forget anything else. She's not old enough to have menstruation in paradise, and she will be made into a brainwashed little doll, although she will still be unhappy enough to complain, but she will be made to enjoy it, to look forward to it, and to have no jealousy of all the other women, well, children, little girls, and little boys that her eternal husband enjoys, if she even makes it, which she probably won't because the vast majority of women are in hellfire. So
All right.
there,
Well,
there we
Zeta
are.
says that she respects my belief that she is following an evil demonic religion. So there you go. She at least said the words. uh, thank you for that, I guess.
Trying to fool the ignorant.
Which, yeah, actually, you're trying to fool yourself, I think, right? You're trying to fool yourself into thinking that beliefs don't actually matter. Anyone can believe anything and it's totally irrelevant. Well, we did have someone who would agree with you earlier in the chat, right? That atheist guy who's like, I don't believe anything about anything. There are no beliefs. Well, that's basically your position as well, Zeta. You are de facto an atheist by saying that no beliefs matter, or saying all beliefs matter equally. Same idea as saying no beliefs matter.
Zeta, that's not, I'm not insulting you to say that you will be a small child if you make it, but the vast majority of Muslim women are in hellfire. This is what your religion teaches. Your religion teaches that you will be a girl who is in the very earliest stages of puberty with your breasts barely budding. You will be made, you will be forced to have no jealousy of anyone else. You will never look at another man. If you make it to paradise, you will never look at another man. You will never raise your eyes. You will never leave your husband's house. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
You will never leave
Mm-hmm.
it. And you will wait, your entire existence will be waiting in turn, and you will actually be unhappy enough to complain, even though you will have no jealousy, waiting your turn for your husband to rip apart your hymen of your tiny child body only to do it again however many years in the future. Zeta, I said that you will most likely be in hellfire because Muhammad said that the majority of women will be in hellfire.
So this is actually very interesting here, right? Because you just described standard, well, let's not say the standard belief of most Muslims, because most Muslims are pretty ignorant of their scripture, but the orthodox belief of Islam, right, is this picture of heaven that Mary just painted, where there's very few women, it's mostly men, all the women are in hell, the women that are there are robots, basically, sex robots. And you said that that was an insult to you. Well, don't you respect this belief of Islam? Don't you respect this Islamic teaching that most Islamic scholars would affirm gladly? Hmm, interesting. You find it personally insulting when all we did is tell you what your own religion teaches. Maybe beliefs do matter after all. I don't know. And Zen Master says 40 slackers have not hit that like button.
And I was one of them. I don't even like my own stream. I'm so awful. So, no, Zaida.
No one insulted you.
No one is insulting you. I am telling you what Muhammad said. This is what Muhammad said.
If you're insulted, Muhammad is the one insulting you.
Yes, if you're insulted by the fact that Muhammad said that most women will be in hellfire because they are deficient in religion and deficient in intellect. Muhammad said that you're stupid, so you'll be in hell, most likely, and that you're not grateful enough to your husband. That's what Muhammad said. If that is an insult, that is your prophet calling you stupid, deficient in religion, and ungrateful.
So this Scarface says most women can mean a lot of things. It can mean 45, 55, not 10, 90. Well, that would actually just be majority. That wouldn't be most. But even if it's only a small majority, it still means that men are more likely to go to heaven than women because women are deficient in religion and intelligence.
Yeah,
Right?
and Muhammad
You're not
forbade
saving anything,
women.
buddy.
Yeah, forbade if you die while your husband is unhappy with you, can you go to Jannah according to Islamic law and the ahadith? If you are unhappy that your husband married another woman, can you go to Jannah? So, can you go to Jannah? Can you even smell paradise if
So let
you
me give you a
are ungrateful to your husband and you're not happy? I'm not a coward, Zaida. I'm right
Oh,
here
that's
talking to you.
interesting. That's very interesting, Zeta. You don't respect our beliefs? You say we're
So,
stupid, disrespectful cowards? I thought you should respect all beliefs,
well, Mohammed
especially
is the one who called
especially
women
Muhammad's
stupid.
beliefs. Oh
Well,
my
deficient
gosh.
in
Mary is quite literally telling you what Muhammad said, and you're saying
all
that
right.
we're stupid and disrespectful cowards for repeating Muhammad's words. So
Okay.
before
Let's
Mary
talk
answers that
about
question,
how
before Mary answered the question
yeah.
she asked you, I want you to think, pause, just think for a second. Stop being insulted, stop taking everything personal, and think, right? What if Muhammad actually did say these things? What if these people are not lying about what Muhammad said? What if they're not stupid, disrespectful cowards, but people trying to illuminate the truth? What would that mean about my beliefs? Would that mean that my beliefs are good and respectful, or would they mean that I'm following a sick, disgusting pervert? Uh, do think about it.
You need to find the answers and engage them in a beautiful way.
Mary, do you have some answers for her?
Let's go and share. Let's share. I think this is it. Here we go. Share a new. Let's share this tab instead. We'll start with this one. So, what is up with what Muhammad says about women? The first thing he says, and Muslims love to quote this because it says, live with women in an understanding fashion. Why? Act kindly toward them. Why? Because they were created from a rib, and the most crooked part of a rib is its top. So it's saying that Allah made you with a messed up head. Your brain is crooked, and if you try to straighten your thinking, your stupid, illogical, crooked thinking, your unstraight thinking, then you'll be broken. But if you leave it alone, it will remain crooked. So act kindly toward women. Women will never be rational. They will never be intelligent. They're always going to think crookedly. So be kind to them because Allah messed up when He made them because He made them crooked. Allah made you this way so that you're messed up. Now, second, let's do this tab. The prophet said, I looked at paradise and saw the majority of its residents were the poor. I looked at hellfire and saw the majority of its residents were women. So, the majority of the residents of hell are what? Women, according to your prophet. That's what Muhammad taught. Now, later, he starts yelling at the women, give alms. As I have seen the majority of the dwellers in hellfire were you women. Why is it so, O Allah's apostle? He replied, you curse frequently and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. All right, let's look at this again. Let's highlight this.
So,
Deficient in intelligence and religion. So, am
Mary, can I
I the
ask you
one?
something? Can I ask you
Yep.
something real quick? Are these the words of Mary Harb?
No, these are the words of Mohammed, your
Oh,
false,
oh
your
my
false.
gosh. So the words you were saying to Zainab that she considered insulting and said we were at a very low level, that's what Muhammad said?
That is what Mohammed said about women. Now,
Oh no,
so
this is bad.
Zaida, are these low comments? Are these low level things that you have to sink to say? It's what your prophet said. I'm not calling you names. I am telling you the names that your prophet called you. I'm telling you what your prophet said about you. A cautious and sensible man could be led astray by some of you. And he says, Oh, Allah's messenger, what is deficient in our intelligence religion? And he said, Is it not the evidence of two women equal to the evidence of one man? They replied in the affirmative. He says, This is a deficiency in her intelligence. So who is the one who declared her to be deficient in this way? Allah. We believe in one God, Zaida, and why are you distracting?
Yeah,
You said that this was disgusting and that this was insulting. Is it
yeah. So
still
she now just
insulting?
says, right. She just says, okay, right. You just said all those things that Muhammad said that she thought was you personally insulting her, but are actually the words of Muhammad. She's like, okay, never mind. I don't care about any of that. I can point to things in Christianity. Um, okay, this is called the tu quo que fallacy.
But it's not even too quay. It's just like
Hold on,
randomly.
Mary. Right. So actually, it would be, but you disrespect women too, right? But Christianity disrespects women too. That would actually be a tu quoque fallacy. But you're just like, uh, yeah, Islam's disgusting and perverted, and I didn't realize Muhammad was insulting me. But uh, the same people who didn't tell me any of these things about what Muhammad said and lied to me about how beautiful Islam is also told me some things about Christianity, which I believe because they said them to me.
And they're untrue.
Yeah,
They're
it's not
untrue.
true. We
We do
don't
not
believe in three
believe in
gods.
three gods. Just because you believe that we believe in three gods, yes, Muhammad was stupid enough to believe that if Christians believe that Jesus is God, it's because they believe that that God the Father had sex with Mary and made a baby. Muhammad was so stupid that he thought that it was an argument against the deity of Christ to say that Mary was a virgin. He didn't quite understand that this was not at all against what we believe. In fact, Mary being a virgin is critical to what we believe because we do not believe that Jesus came into existence as the Son at the moment of conception. Rather, the Son is eternal and co eternal with the Father, and so is the Holy Spirit. And they are all one being, but three persons. And you actually have a similar thing in Islam. And in fact, the Najran Christians pointed it out to Muhammad and embarrassed him. They pointed out that you call Jesus a word from Allah.
Oh my god.
Well, Zaida, since you're not intelligent enough to follow this according to Muhammad, I guess you're just going to have to go to hellfire because you're not smart enough not to go to hellfire.
So,
That's what
so
Muhammad told you. So
now,
you can
first of all, that
either,
wasn't the point. So you said that now that's the point. Your basic belief is flawed. Well, you don't understand our basic belief. You
no,
think that we
you
believe
don't.
in three gods. We don't.
We don't believe in
You've
three
been told a
gods. We believe
lie
in one
about what our
God.
basic belief is. So whatever you think is flawed, that's not something we
So
believe in. So that's
Zaida
the first problem. The
is
second problem is the actual point was what Muhammad
Muhammad.
teaches about you, right? That Muhammad teaches that you are deficient in intelligence, that you are deficient in religion, that you will probably end up in hell. And you're saying that we should respect those beliefs. I understand why you're trying to make this about Christianity. You're very uncomfortable with what you're finding out and learning about Islam today. Stop deflecting, right? Let's say for the sake of argument that Christianity is very flawed. Those aren't the only options are not Christianity or Islam. There are 4,300 religions in the world. Okay,
Yep.
so stop trying to justify I'm going to stay in Islam, which I now am having a lot of problems with based on the information you've revealed to me because of something I was told about Christianity. That's not a valid reason to stay in Islam.
No, it's not. It's
And
absolutely not.
this is the
And
comment I laughed at from Scarface. You're using ad hominem against the prophet. This is not how you argue.
no, you
Are we?
absolutely
Are we?
can.
Are we
You
really?
absolutely can say that a prophet is a false prophet if they display character flaws that shows that they are not speaking for God. If they say ridiculous, stupid, perverted things, then they're not a real prophet. So it's not an ad hominem in the sense that you're saying. That doesn't exist in this context because his moral character is fundamental to Islam.
Mhm.
So my question, the question I want Zeta to answer is the Quran eternal or is it created? So I want you to answer that. She thought your laugh was fake. No,
I
it
know.
wasn't.
So this is her the level of
It-
arguments, right? That
yep.
my inappropriate laugh that was offered at an inappropriate time because I read a comment while Mary was talking was fake. I fake laughed at a stupid time. Okay.
We deny it. Islam does not agree with it.
Yeah, not a fake laugh. I mean, you can criticize me for a lot of things, but don't criticize me for laughing inappropriate at a bad time by saying that
Please
was
don't.
fake.
Yep.
All right. Do we want to get back to Farid now? Or did you have more to say on
Then
this
I want
picture?
to talk about the two guys.
Okay.
Oh, Zaida, you just left Islam, hun. You're not allowed to say that the Quran was created. It has to be
Ooh.
eternal. So good job. You are no longer Muslim.
Well, I mean, I think she already isn't, right? Because she
Yeah.
is very uncomfortable with what we just said. She said that Muhammad was insulting her because she thought that the words you were saying were your words, and she said they were insulting. So she just claimed that her prophet insulted her, which I think is a grave sin. And yes, to address your comment earlier, yes, of course you don't sound like what I'm saying. This is my default mocking voice.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't sound like a stupid guy. If you want me to start doing a voice of how I imagine you actually sound, I can do that, but I don't think you'll like it. So I don't know. Maybe I'll just be respectful of you and just not. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right.
So
So
I pulled your slide back up. We'll get back to the analysis of Farid here.
yeah. And oh look, funny, the Christians know Islam better than the Muslim. Quran is uncreated according to Islam. Good job. That is correct. That is correct. All right. So I'm glad that we can educate Muslims on their own religion again, as per usual. It is astonishing how little folks know. Okay, so Abdullah ibn Salam is one of the guys that he mentioned, and he declares, and I want you to notice I exact quote, converted to Islam due to their knowledge of previous scriptures and the description of the prophet in previous scriptures, right? So no, I'm not turning the narrative to be deceptive, Zaida. This is
I
actually,
don't even
we're
know
going
what
back to the topic. So,
yeah, I don't
Zaida,
even know what she
tell
thinks.
me
No,
whether or
I don't
not,
think that she's heard the slide yet because of the delay. So I actually don't know what this is in reference to.
yeah,
I
I
think
think
it's
she doesn't want to answer the fact that she is required to say that the
oh,
Quran is
you know what it
eternal
is? Yeah, exactly. It's
and that
this,
the
right?
word of Allah,
She put
yeah.
created up, so you responded to it, and it's
And I
you
responded
turning
and told
to a
her
new
that she left
topic.
Islam. She's now an apostate.
Yep, got it.
And now I've requested her to answer whether or not Allah was ever without his word, whether or not he was ever mute. Is Allah's word eternal or created?
Mhm.
That's going to be really interesting if she doesn't want to
Yeah,
answer
I
that.
mean, if she wants to discuss this topic, we're happy to take this up. But don't say we're being deceptive in changing the topic when it was you who brought up Well, maybe it's probably someone in the chat first, but regardless, we didn't change the topic. You chose to answer the question of someone. So Scarface, no, that's not true. Their objective is to take people out of Islam. They don't really care about their religion. And that is absolutely not our objective. Our objective is to bring people to the truth of Jesus Christ, but that involves taking them out of Islam.
Which is why I want her to answer whether or not Allah was mute and without his voice, because the Quran is supposed to be the word of Allah. So if Allah was ever without his word, he was without Quran. If he wasn't, he was with Quran. So,
And by the way, taking someone out of a false belief by itself is already good. So I don't know why you're offering this, right? If
yep.
someone believes that they are the Mahdi, like that idiot earlier, taking them out of that belief is good, whether you convince them of something else that's true or not. Right? Okay? Just I should let you know.
All right. So here he is. Here's our buddy. He's supposed to be our one example of a Jew who converted before Muhammad was like had
So
the
just to be
Jews
clear,
as
is this one of the two names that Farid mentioned?
Yes, yes. It's
Okay.
one of the two names that Farid mentioned. And he converted because of why? His knowledge of previous scriptures and the description of the prophet in previous scriptures. So here's his story. Isn't it wonderful? He is a learned rabbi. And this was supposedly told by one of his families. He said, when I heard about the apostle, I knew by his description, name, time at which he appeared that he would, and time at which he was appeared that he was the one we were waiting for. Okay, so they're all waiting for him. All these Jews are waiting for him, and they're waiting for someone of his description, name, and the time at which he appeared. I rejoiced greatly thereat, though I kept silent about it until the apostle came to Medina. When he stayed in Quba among the Banu Amr, and this is one of it's a tribe that Muhammad has distant relations. One of his great grandmothers was like from this tribe and stuff. And Quba is like this kind of little village near to Medina, right? And while he stayed there, a man came with the news while I was working at the top of a palm tree, and my aunt was sitting below. When I heard the news, I cried, Allahu Akbar. Why on earth you would cry this pagan thing that the pagans were crying? Goodness knows, but he gave a pagan cry, because this is an existing pagan cry. Because what does it mean? It means Allah is greater, and it is a cry that is in parallel with Allah is great. Allah is great and Allah is greater were two pagan cries. So Allah, the goddess, is the great goddess, but Allah is even greater than Allah. And so he gives this pagan cry. And I just want to point out. Yeah. I just want to point out that Muhammad Muhammad adopted this pagan cry, and the Jews at this time only called their god Al-Rab. Absolutely did not call them anything else. So, Zaida, you need to answer my question, honey. And you do not make really stupid statements like, how can you believe? How can you... Santa's pagan. Oh my goodness. You're so special. I did a 5-hour stream on Santa Claus and how he's not pagan. All right. So, yeah, how can you believe in Allah who has two right hands with one shin?
That's what they call dawah.
Yeah. Zaida.
I mean, but there is actually a lesson here for Zaida and everyone else, right? So Zaida started saying we should respect other people's beliefs, right? Everyone should respect everyone's beliefs. They also claimed they weren't a Muslim for a little while. Well, at least implied, like, I didn't say I was a Muslim. How dare you assume I'm one? And then they eventually said, yes, I'm a Muslim. But primarily they're saying respect everyone's beliefs, right? So we pressed her on some of actual Islamic beliefs, right? Some actual Islamic beliefs, and she didn't like those. She really did not like the actual Islamic beliefs. So now she's totally abandoned the topic of Islam, and she's respecting Christian beliefs, calling them stupid and pagan, and saying that no sane person could believe this, no smart person could believe this. Is this being respectful, or was that just a total lie? Right? Were you just so weak in your confidence in Islam that you wanted to try to prevent anyone from criticizing it? Right? I mean, we don't have any problem with you saying, "How can you believe in a man god?" Stupid. I don't even have a problem with you saying stupid. You can call me stupid all you want, and that doesn't bother me. And we don't believe in a man God. We believe in God who became incarnate, took on humanity in order to be one of us. We believe in a God that loves us so much that he takes on everything that you think is stupid about humanity in order to be one of us, to be like us, to walk among us so that he can save us from our sin problem. Yes, I believe in that God. I believe in that God that loves me that much. You believe in a God who doesn't love you, who's too good for you, right? He's too good for you. He would never come down from heaven. He would only stay way up there and just be like, nah, nah, they're perishing. Who cares? Who cares? These disgusting humans, especially the women, I'll just throw them all in hell anyway. And if they don't disobey me, then I'll burn them and create one who will disobey me so that I can forgive them. Because I need to forgive. I'm deficient without that. This is the God that you believe in. You believe in a God that doesn't care about you, that you're some kind of toy that he's playing with, that he, by the way, predestines everything, including your comments made in this stream, everything that you're doing. Allah wrote for you from the beginning of time, blah, blah, blah. That's how much he loves you, is that he preordains everything. If he preordains my supposed disobedience, he preordains your deficiency in religion and your eventual going to hell, most likely. Right? This is the God that you believe in. So go ahead, right? Go ahead, attack Christianity all you want. Doesn't make anything.
It will not save you from going to hell, Zaida.
And no one believes in Santa.
Being
That's totally irrelevant.
being touchy, throwing a fit,
I'm not
whining
crying.
about things,
I'm not
calling
crying.
names.
I'm
It
saying that
won't
you're a hypocrite. I'm not
save
crying.
you
I couldn't care less. I couldn't
from
care
hell.
less about you insulting me, but you are being a hypocrite. You're not sticking to your own standards, right? Your own standards were fake, in other words. You came in here espousing fake standards because you're so weak in your religion, you're so weak in your imam that you could not bear us criticizing Islam, and you thought the way to convince us not to criticize it was by saying, just be respectful of everyone all the time about everything. That's how we are all happy and joyous and live together in peace and harmony while we try to cut your heads off because that's what our prophet told us to do to you.
So I don't know why you're being so childish, Zaida. You've been faced by the fact that things that you said were insulting and degrading were said by Muhammad. Why did Muhammad? He's not getting upset. He's just talking in an animated manner, sweetheart.
Oh my
So
gosh. So remember earlier I said I'll
she's just
adopt a
gonna throw
voice of what I
insults.
imagine you actually sound like?
Yeah,
Well,
so
that's what I
she's not
just
gonna
did.
like it. No, she didn't like it. She didn't like it whenever you imitated her. No, she did not like that at all. But for heaven's sake, come on. You Muhammad said that if you are not happy about your husband taking another woman, putting his penis in her, making children off her body while he doesn't love you as much because now you're old and fat and ugly and wrinkled. If you are not happy with that, then you will never smell paradise. You will never smell paradise. He
Oh,
said, if you die when your husband is angry with you, you will go to hellfire because the angels are cursing you as long as your husband is unhappy with you. According to Islamic law, if a woman were to cut off both her breasts for her husband and give them to him because he is so much more deserving of more because she's so worthless, and yet he feeds her and clothes her. He deserves more than that from her. So you can keep coping and seething and getting upset and throwing insults all you like. All the things that I have said that you have found so objectionable are Islamic beliefs about women. Now, Muhammad did not allow the men who married his daughters to marry another woman as long as he was alive. Why was that? Because it makes women unhappy and it makes them suffer. And he didn't care about the suffering of any women except for his own daughters, because it made him feel sad for his daughters to be sad. But whenever Umar got mad because he wasn't letting the men beat up their wives anymore, he said, okay, you can beat your wives again, but don't hit them in the face. Also, don't hit animals in the face. I don't like face hitting. Other than that, just not only can you, but if you fear rebellion from your wives, you are ordered to beat them. So if your husband is not beating you, if you have conflicts, and because all conflicts are your fault, just keep that in mind. It's because you're uppity. If your husband doesn't beat you, then he is in defiance of Allah. He is in defiance of your fake prophet. So that's fine if you want to go there, but that's all right.
All right, so Zeta says fake laugh. I'm so devastated. I'm crying. I'm destroyed.
You're crying with alligator tears.
Yep, hijab, you're right. I am. I mean, whatever. You don't think it's, I mean, I am legitimately laughing. I actually do find your behavior hilarious, but whatever. You think it's fake? Fine, it's fake. I really don't care. Let's address Scarface here. You think the creator of all the galaxies and universes did number 2?
Well, he will jizz
hold
over
on.
the entirety of creation in order to resurrect them. So why
are you so childish that you think that there's something inherently wrong with using the bathroom?
Yeah, that is like the defining trait of Allah, is that he has lungs, but he doesn't have a butthole. Mm-hmm. And that's how you can tell it's Allah, whether or not it's Allah or Adam, is based on the butthole according to Islamic sources. Now, he's going to jizz over all the dead bones of everyone so that they will rise from the dead. And for those of you who do not know slang, that is, he will ejaculate sperm across the earth from his throne, from which it will fall like rain. So why is your God ejaculating over everyone? I'm just really curious. All right. So.
Yep.
That's totally fine and legitimate and the best scenario ever to be done.
So let's go.
One more. I have one more comment that I want to bring up here real quick. Sorry, Mary. Yep. I know you have a topic you want to cover and all that. Scarface says such a twisted idea of Islam. Lol. Where does Islam teach us cutting heads of people not waging war on you? Oh, but the problem is everyone's waging war on Islam if they're not a Muslim or a dhimmi, right? Because there's the House of Islam and the House of War. Everyone's constantly waging war on Islam. So yeah, you are supposed to cut my head off if I'm waging war on Islam, which means being a non-believer.
Yep, that is absolutely it. And
fake laugh, Mary.
After the eye of the sword, there could no longer be any peace with people who were not under the authority of the caliphate.
Oh, and Devante, the genius atheist, is back here. You have such a Greek name, Thaddeus. Why are you a Christian?
Oh, that is so special.
You think you're educated? Okay, well, just go ahead and Google the name Thaddeus. Go to Wikipedia, and you'll find out who Thaddeus is and why I might have this name as a Christian. Not that someone couldn't have a very Greek name and be Christian. Your name is irrelevant to the truth of what religion is true. But if you want to know why I have the name Thaddeus, go ahead and Google the name, and you'll see why my parents named me that. Okay, and then tell me more about your genius atheist theories about everything. I desperately need that enlightenment in my life. All right, Mary,
Okay.
your slide's up.
All right. So now his aunt is going to say, "Goodness gracious, if you had heard Moses ibn Imran, because this is how Jews talk. They call him Musa ibn Imran. Authentic Jewish dialogue here. Had come, you could not have made more fuss, because this is the kind of thing that a Jew would say. Indeed, Aunt, I said, he is a brother of Moses and follows his religion, being sent with the same mission." Remember, this is supposed to be a Jew, right? Who is claiming that Muhammad is sent with the same mission. Now, what was the mission of Moses again? To lead the people out of Egypt. Muhammad thought that his mission was to go to the Pharaoh and call him to Islam. That's why he's saying something this stupid. Because he thinks that the mission is to go to his own people, aka the Pharaoh, because apparently the Pharaoh is the same people as Muhammad, go to Pharaoh and declare and say, "Come to Islam." So, is he really the prophet who we have been told will be sent at this very time? Oh, here we are. He's going to be sent at this very time, guys.
Mm-hmm.
According to their scripture. She knows that. Why? Nobody knows.
Well,
And
no,
she
I mean, I think
accepted
that
by
would be a
assurance anyway.
legitimate prophecy that could exist in Scripture. Like, I mean, there's timing of when the Messiah will come, for example.
Well, yeah,
So
but it doesn't actually exist. That's the thing. Remember, this is why he converted, is because this truly exists in the scripture,
allegedly,
right?
allegedly.
Yet
Mhm.
no one has any idea what this is. So we continue on. Straight away, I went to the apostle and became a Muslim. And when I returned to my house, I ordered my family to do the same. I concealed the matter from my Jews, and I said, "These Jews are a nation of liars, and I wish you would take me into one of your houses and hide me from them. Then ask them about me so that they may tell you the position I hold among them before they know that I've become a Muslim. For if they know it beforehand, they will utter slanderous lies against me." And then supposedly he asked him, he says, "He's our chief and the son of our chief, our rabbi and our learned man." Is there any evidence of that? No. But whatever. When they said this, I emerged and said, "O Jews, fear Allah and accept what he has sent you. For by Allah, you know that he is the apostle of Allah. You will find him described in your Torah and even named. I testify that he is the apostle of Allah. I believe in him. I hold him to be true and I acknowledge him." They accused me of lying and reviled me. Then I reminded the apostle that I had said that they would do this, for they were a treacherous, lying, and evil people. I publicly proclaimed my conversion and household, and my aunt Khalida followed suit. Now, what happened most likely is they didn't say anything particularly negative about him initially, even though he was trying to get out of something and was obviously a fraud. And he becomes more of a fraud whenever we look at what he supposedly tested Muhammad with. Right? So.
All right. So
Mhm.
before I do want to get this up here from Zeta real quick. So good news, everyone. Zeta is embracing Islam. She's learning that she is half brain, and thus she is getting dumber by learning this amazing knowledge.
This is the best advertisement for Islam that's ever existed in the world.
Learning about Islam makes you dumber, especially if you're a female. And then just one more time, the utter genius of Devontae Huntley. I suppose you're named after Judas. Well, first of all, I don't have to believe anything. My parents told me why they gave me the name they did. And second of all, Thaddeus is an alternate name for Judas. Oh, my Lord. And I say that with a lowercase L. Oh, I'm so smart. I'm so smart that I don't know that there were two apostles named Jude or Judas, and that one of them was Judas Iscariot, who betrayed Jesus. And that isn't the one that you would be named after. Oh my gosh, I'm so smart. I'm the smartest guy ever. I didn't even know that Thaddeus was the name of an apostle or Judas or anything until I Googled it. But now I'm telling you, because you're so dumb that I am so smart. I Googled, I know something now. Except I don't. But this is proof of Islam. I mean atheism. I mean, no, I don't believe in anything. Yeah, got it, buddy. Got it. And that might have been a bit over the top, but hey,
Yeah,
this guy is
he's very special. He's very special.
he's special. All right, Mary. Sorry to interrupt your beautiful presentation.
So here we go. So our buddy Abdullah ibn Salam, and by the way, we don't even know what his original name is. This is a name that Muhammad supposedly gave him instead. So we don't know what his original name was, whether or not it was like Khalida. His aunt did not have a Muslim name, or she did not have a Jewish name, excuse me. She had a pagan name. So it's kind of interesting that, his aunt has this pagan name. He's supposed to be a Jew, like an authentic, super authentic Jew, but we needed to give him a different name because there's something wrong with his name. And so he got a different name. But anyway, even his last name was replaced, which is very rare. But that aside from the rest, so here he is. He's going to, I am going to ask you about 3 things which only a prophet can answer. Now, this is important. Only a prophet knows the answer to these questions. Here, let's think about the logic here. How will you know whether or not someone gives a true answer if only a prophet knows the answer to these things? I just want everyone to think about this for a moment.
Yeah, definitely think about it. Right?
This is one of my favorite ones because he's like, it's proof he's a true prophet. I'm like, sweetheart, come on. Are you guys really all this dumb? But the answer is yes, they really are this stupid. So he's going to ask 3 questions. The only people who know the answer are prophets, but he is going to know whether or not he's a prophet because of whether or not he will know whether or not he gives the right answer. So apparently Abdullah ibn Salam is also a prophet. What else could he be? He has to be a prophet. Because how else could he know whether or not he is giving the right answer? So the first one is, what is the first sign of the hour? What is the first food that the people of paradise will eat? And why does a child attract similarity to his father or his mother? Why does a child look like his dad or his mom? Which one does he look like? So here's Muhammad's answer. Jabril has just now informed me of that, and it gets even better. Ibn Salam said, Jabril, is the enemy of the Jews amongst the angels. Please name any rabbi who would claim that the Jabril is an enemy of the Jews, that Gabriel is an enemy of the Jews amongst the angels.
Yeah.
None. This guy's just lying. He's straight up lying and being an absolute, he does not care. He's just going to be a liar. He has decided that.
And we're proud of that.
Yep, I'm going to throw my lot in with Muhammad. I don't care what I say, I'm going to lie. And there's a whole bunch of things he lies about throughout. So, ready? He's the enemy of the Jews against the angels.
But before you go, someone has seen the point here, right? That's illogical. If only a prophet can answer, meaning he too didn't know the answer, right? The guy asking the question doesn't know the answer because he's not a prophet. So then Muhammad could make up literally anything and say, this is the answer that only a prophet would know. And the guy would be like, oh, that's amazing. That is the answer that only a prophet would know. I didn't know that because I'm not a prophet, but now I know. Great story here.
Sometimes some of these narrations are so helpful that they bring a smile to the face.
Indeed they do.
So as for the first sign of the hour, it will be a fire that will collect the people from east to west. And the funny thing is that there are massive disagreements in the Islamic sources that totally disagree with this. That say that the first sign of the hour will be the earth or the sun rising from the opposite direction instead. Now, what is this fire that will collect the people from the east to the west? This is, of course, the made up ocean setting on fire that will do stuff because Muhammad misunderstood as it was in the days of Noah. And so he thinks that the oceans are going to mix and then they're going to be set on fire, and this fire will collect the people from east to west. Anyway, As for the first meal that the people of paradise will eat, it will be the caudate lobe of the fish liver. So these questions and answers are probably prearranged because of this, and the answers, because the first one I think is just like him misunderstanding uh, the Jewish idea of the boiling seas of Noah and misplacing it and thinking that that's going to reoccur. But that Jewish tradition of the boiling seas is an authentic Jewish tradition from the Talmud that he believed in, right? And so, or that he inserted. So he did know about this. The fish liver meal thing actually does have a Jewish tradition, not a source in the Bible. Now this is from the Bible. Now this is from any scripture, but it has a Jewish tradition source as well that's confusing and odd that he's kind of muddling up again. And then as for the child, if the man's discharge precedes the woman's discharge, that is, if the man ejaculates before the woman ejaculates, the child will look like the man. And if the woman ejaculates before the man ejaculates, then the child will look like the woman. So let's look at this again. What is this? If the man ejaculates before the woman ejaculates. Do women ejaculate, Thaddeus?
No, they do not.
They do not. And yet, now what the Jews of this time thought, the rabbis thought, because it was the science of the era, is the two seeds theory. And they thought, actually, what's funny is they thought the opposite. They thought that if the man's discharge happened too quickly, then the child would be more like the woman, or would be female. And if the woman's discharge precedes the man's, then the child would be more like the man, because the man will be able to load up more in the gun, so to speak. So he actually gives the opposite answer as to what the rabbis would give. So he's wrong scientifically. He would be wrong according to the rabbis. So he would not be giving the correct answer according to anyone. Yet Abdullah ibn Salam says, "Oh, I testify that none has a right to be worshipped except Allah, and you are the messenger of Allah," supposedly. Oh, so he spontaneously, by the way, says the Shahada. Perhaps invents the Shahada, because it's never been said before. But of course, this is a mushed up, made up, post hoc study that's put together from parts.
So our genius atheist friend has now informed us that women do in fact ejaculate. They have orgasms, that's true, which he then equates with ejaculating. Maybe you should, since you didn't know what the term
cervical mucus
was,
is
go
not
ahead.
sperm ejaculate, sweetheart.
Go ahead
It's
and look
not.
up in a dictionary what the word ejaculate means, and you'll see that it means to eject semen. Women do not eject semen.
Women do not have semen.
They do not ejaculate.
Women do not
Learn
have
what terms
semen.
mean before making these idiotic statements.
Yep.
They produce white creamy stuff, therefore they ejaculate. I'm an atheist, therefore I know this is to be true.
He's clearly not married. So women have cervical mucus, sweetheart, and it changes in consistency and quantity depending on the time of month. And it does increase in the flow if a woman is aroused. It is not ejaculation, and it is not because it is not semen. Women don't have semen. We don't have seed in fluid, okay? So what Muhammad is saying is that women have seed in fluid, seminal fluid, that they are ejaculating seminal fluid, which makes a boy or a girl. Now, women, unlike men, have cervical mucus present at all times, okay? You always have some cervical mucus present. So there can be no before or after for women, although the quantity can change preceding, during, and or after intercourse, you don't have a moment of ejaculation. And I'm sorry to have to give everyone a sex ed lesson because our resident atheist does not understand how babies are made.
Oh my god.
But
This will be his next comment to us.
Not science. To hell with science.
Oh my gosh, saying he's a virgin without saying he's a virgin. Yeah, could be. And plus he's telling someone whose name is apostate of Allah that they're clearly a Muslim, right? And the evidence for that is this picture where they have their face covered, right? That's his grand evidence that they must be a Muslim. That this apostate of Allah is covering her face in her profile picture because she doesn't want to be killed. Therefore, she must be a Muslim because she's covering her face like Muslims do. No one else can ever cover their face for any reason whatsoever. If you cover your face, you're a Muslim. This is the logic of atheism. Oh!
all right, so
I'm just gonna laugh. No comment necessary. All right, Mary. Sorry.
all right, I'm not commenting. I'm done. Sorry, I'm done. Okay, moving on. I told you he wasn't married though. Okay, so so anyway, the story of them saying good things about him and then saying bad things about him repeats again. So that part's unnecessary. But this is again supposed to be the proof. And honestly, it looks like something that is highly staged, even though he gives what Jews would consider to be the wrong answer. And I don't understand. I don't understand why this guy, like why they came up with this supposed test. I'm going to ask you 3 questions that only a prophet will know the answer to. Then you can't know the answer to it if you're not a prophet. Like, how is that a test? Is this fake? Okay, I'm sorry, Zeta, that the Islamic sources are fake. This is Daif al-Bukhari. And so I understand that it's fake. That's Daif al-Bukhari is fake, but that's okay. All right. So, and then here's another, the other supposed Jew who is truly a great Jew because he decided to fight on Uhud because the Jews were officially in a pact of mutual defense with Muhammad, and he died, and so then Muhammad stole all of his land and praised him greatly and said he was a prophet. Now he didn't believe in Muhammad, didn't believe he was a prophet. He just wanted to stand by the oath that the Jews had taken supposedly of mutual defense. But yeah, Muhammad stole his property after he died and then praised him a lot because he got to have his property. And all the alms he distributed in Medina came from this prophet that he stole. So, nice.
Haram! Don't do that, it's a sin!
Stealing people's property. Very haram. Unless, of course, you're Muhammad. Then nothing's wrong. Everything's good. Good. Great. Best example ever, in fact.
Muhammad explicitly said that for 40 days, the developing baby essentially remains as liquid inside the woman's uterus. That's not how uteruses work, boys and girls. You can't just have...
The Quran mentions the zygote.
40 days of liquid hanging around in your uterus is not a zygote. Just letting you know.
That mentions a zygote.
40 days of liquid is not a zygote. So from the time of fertilization to the time of implantation is typically about 5 days. And the zygote is not liquid. Not liquid.
This is amazing. Quran mentions zygote. Give me a verse, right? Give me the verse for this. And in the meantime, Ali Dawa has something to say to you.
The scientific argument, the scientific miracles in the Quran, is debunked.
Debunked!
So
Debunked! Your
I want
zygote
to-
nonsense is debunked!
I want to emphasize that this guy, Abdullah ibn Salam, whose real name is completely suppressed in the sources and does not exist, we have no idea what it is. He is the only Jewish convert to Islam before Muhammad started murdering Jews. The only one. And this is the evidence for Islam that he genuinely knew from his book that had a description of Muhammad's mole and the date when he was supposed to be born and rise and everything else. So it's pretty amazing. All right. And so now this is one of the best arguments
Oh, yeah.
for Islam. We're
A Jew converted to Islam, therefore Islam is true.
because of the previous scriptures. Now, I want to ask Farid, if the previous scriptures are so incredibly convincing, why did only one Jew convert? And two, why won't you cite the scriptures now?
Mhm.
Because the scriptures that they had then are the scriptures that we have now. There has been no change.
That's
So
strange.
now, the other one that he cited was our buddy Salman al-Farsi. I love Salman. He is such a fake. He was a slave in Medina at the time. And what does al-Farsi mean? It means the Persian. So he was a dude from Persia, ethnically Persian, who was a slave in Medina.
Sorry, Mary, before you do that, can I interrupt you so we can get
Yeah.
Scarface's scientific miracle? He says,
Oh,
Quran
no.
76:2. I will educate you today, boy. Boy, I will educate you, boy. 76:2.
Is it going to be a drop of mixed fluids?
Indeed.
A drop of the two semens, liquid
Mhm,
semens.
Can I
That's
read
not
the
a
verse, Mary?
zygote,
Can I read the
sweetheart.
verse? Can I read the verse?
Yes.
We created humans from a drop of mixed fluid to test them. So we made them hear and see. Please give me any medical textbook in the history of humanity that describes a zygote as a drop of two mixed fluids. If you can't find anything that describes a zygote as a drop of mixed fluid, then the Quran did not describe a zygote. I will educate you, boy. I will educate you that the scientific miracles have been debunked, as even Ali Dawa knows. They are nonsense. They brought him into Islam, but they aren't keeping him there because they're nonsense. They are total lies and propaganda that ignorant people spread to other ignorant people, or sometimes people who know they are lies still spread them to ignorant people like you, who then make yourself look like a fool by coming in here and repeating it. We read the verse and it doesn't remotely describe what you claim. A zygote is not a drop of mixed fluid. Period. End of story. We are done.
All right. So, no. And like I said, remember, the Islamic sources say that the developing child is only mixed fluids, female sperm, seminal fluid, and male seminal fluid. They don't have an idea of sperm or anything inside the fluid. It's just fluid. Mixed fluids for 40 days. Mixed fluid for 40 days is not a single-celled organism. Sorry. All right. So our buddy is a Persian. Now, this guy is supposed to be the example of the only Christian who was an adult who converted to Islam. So there were a number of slaves who were taken as small children who declared their allegiance to Muhammad, and those were generally considered to be kind of embarrassing by Islam, so are mostly suppressed because Muhammad was accused of using them as his informants about religious topics, and so they're largely suppressed. But an actual adult who would have an adult understanding of Islam or of Christianity supposedly before conversion is our buddy, the Persian. Now, it's not that there were no ethnic Persians who were Christian. There were. But let's see whether or not he actually was. And indeed, Houston points out that male sperm cannot survive 40 days inside the female. Allah is not all knowing, and he thought it required 3 menstruation cycles to determine parentage.
That's true.
And
I
that
mean,
is
one
true.
would be
He also
sufficient.
thought that you could have a child could be pregnant for 4 years. So there's that as well. So, now let's find out whether or not this guy was an actual Christian. So he says, I am a Persian from Isfahan, from a village called Jay. My father was the principal landowner in his village. Notice how implausibly it starts already. Because all of these stories are like, oh, I'm from these very important backgrounds. I'm super important where I came from. But okay, so he is from the richest man in his entire village, right?
Uh-huh.
And I was dearer to him than the whole world. His love to me went to such lengths that he shut me in his house as though I were a slave girl. I was such a zealous Magian that I became a keeper of the sacred fire, replenishing it and not letting it go out for a moment. Okay, we've got 2 things happening. He's being locked in the house and not allowed to go out, and he's also a keeper of the fire of the local town. You can't be both. The fire was in a central fire temple, a sub-fire temple, and people would come and get the fire to relight their own fires from it. Okay? It wasn't in a house. So you can either be locked up in your house, or you can be the firekeeper. You can't be both. And this idea, oh, I was so zealous for my religion that I was the firekeeper. It was hereditary at this time. You had to be from the right family, from the right caste. You didn't just decide, oh, I'm so zealous for this that I will be a firekeeper. No, if your dad was the firekeeper, you're the firekeeper. His dad wasn't the firekeeper. There's no evidence of that. So why is he a firekeeper? No, just stop. So he's already making up this stupid story, so we know how much to trust him. But let's keep going. Now my
Good news,
father owned a
Zeta's
large
back.
farm. Oh, yeah, very respectful as usual. So Zeta, thank you for being respectful. I'm reading your sources again so you can enjoy the stupidity of your Islamic sources, because you keep calling them names as I read them. So you can enjoy it.
But since we're paused here anyway, I do have to pull up Scarface's brilliant response. Mixed fluid equals sperm plus egg. Egg is a fluid.
Egg is not a fluid.
Scientists
Sperm
didn't
is
even know
influid.
about
Sperm
the
is also
egg until
not
the
a
19th
fluid.
century. They thought it was just a male fluid that developed into the
No,
fetus. That's
absolutely
false,
did not.
moron. That is
Absolutely
completely
did not.
false. People, okay, there was multiple competing theories. Mary's has already explained this once. Yes, some people philosophized that the male provided all the genetic material, to use the modern term, and that the female only provided nutrients that fed. That the sperm was essentially a tiny human being that grew from the nutrients the female provided. However, the other belief of ancient times was that both the man and the woman contributed some genetic material, again, to use the modern term, to the baby. And guess what? All you have to do is look at an animal, a bird, a reptile, amphibian, whatever, a fish that lays eggs, to guess, oh, I bet you that humans have eggs too. So yes, there were people in ancient history that guessed that humans had eggs. Many people guessed many different things. Some are right, some are wrong. The Quran doesn't say anything about an egg. And don't tell me that no one knew the word egg, right? The word egg certainly existed. If the Quran wanted to describe an egg plus sperm, it could have said the drop of fluid from the man mixes with an egg from the female. It doesn't say that. It says 2 fluids because the author of the Quran thinks that both the male and the female contribute fluid. They both contribute seminal-like fluid to the equation, which is inaccurate. Your Quran is stupid. It made the wrong guess. Other people, not the Quran, made the correct guess. Other people made a different incorrect guess. Some didn't think there was an egg at all, right? That the female contributed anything at all. There's probably 5 more different guesses. Lots of people made lots of guesses. The Quran guess is wrong. So don't try to say there's something miraculous going on here. It doesn't even guess correctly, let alone be unique in that guess.
Yeah, and in fact, what I pointed out was that the rabbis believed that there were 2 fluids too. They just said the opposite, that if the man ejaculated first, then it was a girl. And Muhammad's like, it resembles the father if he ejaculates first. So basically, if you're bad in bed, you get boys. If you're good in bed, you get girls. That's why I've got girls. It's the opposite of what. So even when he was trying to prove his authenticity, he could not give the correct Jewish answer because he was so busy trying to defend his own virility. Because the correct answer, according to the Jews, was the opposite of the one that he gave, which is hilarious. Oh no.
Yeah, I suspect Ian is correct here that Devante, the genius who knows everything, doesn't actually know where human eggs are made, because he said, where would human eggs even come from? I think this might actually be the first time he's hearing that female humans have eggs. So maybe he should look that up. Maybe not just go at the first link you see. Definitely don't just put it in an AI. It might give you some weird answer.
Yes, I
did
can't
about
even imagine
Judas
what
Iscariot
AI
being Thaddeus. So why don't you just go and go to a reliable medical website or go to Wikipedia or whatever and learn about how human reproduction works. Thank you.
Oh no. Wow.
I think he actually doesn't know. I think he actually doesn't know that human females have eggs. This is scary. This is scary, man.
Oh my goodness.
This is the intelligence of super smart atheists that are way smarter than everyone else. Okay, Mary.
We
should probably let you finish this so that we can finally get Farid's second argument, or third, whatever.
Yeah, I know, right? Okay, so remember, this is a man who is completely contained in his father's house and not allowed to go out, but also daily tends to the fire temple, which is outside his father's house, simultaneously. And he only does it because he is so zealous for his religion, right? Now, my father owned a large farm, and one day when he could not attend his farm, he told me to go to and learn about it and giving me certain instructions. So he's never been outside his house, and this will be emphasized later. He's never been outside the house, and his father's just busy. And rather than send a slave, he decides to send his son, who's never been outside his house, but also attends the fire temple daily.
On that day,
go
that
to
exact day.
Farm at a distance and check up on it, because that's what you do, right? Right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This is really seeming like an authentic and honest story from Solomon. Isn't everybody really convinced by the authentic details here? So he says, do not let your
Wait a minute.
detained, because you are more important to me than my farm, and worrying about you will prevent me from going about my business. So I started out for the farm, and when I passed by a Christian church, I heard the voices of men praying. I knew nothing about them. Why? Because my father kept me shut up in his house. This is the first time his super rich father has ever let him out, and he sends him on a distant direction to this farm without any servants with him. Doesn't send servants instead. Doesn't send servants so he doesn't get lost. Imagine how easily you'd get lost if you've never been outside your own house, right? Never been by this church before. Why? Because my father kept me shut up in his house, except when he teleported apparently to the fire, which he also did. Okay, fine. When I heard their voices, I went to see what they were doing. Their prayers pleased me, and I felt drawn to their worship and thought it was better than our religion. And I decided I would not leave them until sunset, so I did not go to the farm. So he's now converted to Christianity because he likes the pretty songs of the Christians. Though he was zealous, so zealous for his religion, they became the keeper of the sacred fire. Just wanting everyone to let sink in the authenticity of this story here, right? So when I asked them where their religion originated, they said Syria, which would have been an appropriate answer. That's what all the people in Persia would think, because Syria was included uh, the Palestina 1 and 2 at various times, stuff like that. Syria would be fine. Answer. Um, I returned to my father, who had sent after me because anxiety on my account had interrupted his work. He asked me where I had been and reproached me for not obeying his instructions. I told him that I had passed by some men who were praying in church and was so pleased with what I saw of their religion that I stayed with them till sunset. He said, "My son, there is no good in that religion. The religion of your fathers is better than that." "No," I said, "it is better than our religion." Now, keep in mind that he hasn't supposedly understood any of these words, because the singing would have been in Aramaic, right? So he doesn't understand anything, but the singing is really pretty, so it's better than his religion. My father was afraid of what I would do, so he bound me in fetters and imprisoned me in his house. So this guy is now wearing what? He is wearing fetters. He's wearing chains inside the house.
Sure, why not? I mean, as long as you're making weird shit up, just go for the gold.
Yeah.
And Mary has paused for some reason, so I think
Yeah,
that this will be a good time.
I'm just clarifying. It is absolutely female seminal fluid in the sources. It's very clearly, Muhammad talks about how male seminal fluid is
You
one
could have just
color and
let me
female
go.
seminal fluid is another. It's seminal fluid.
And I was saying,
Ju-
right, Mary paused, so it's a good time to hear some wisdom from Mufti Mink.
Don't go too far. Look inside yourself. Take a look at your organs.
Good advice. Good advice. Good advice. So Zaid here, Zeta, sorry, not Zaid, Zeta, female, said, I said to her, just admit you think we are the worst of all creatures, just like Allah claims. She says, that's not true. Allah doesn't claim that. I said, oh, so if the Quran does say I'm the worst of all creatures, will you leave Islam? Never. So
Such a
either she
lie
already
about
knows
Islam.
this, right? Either she already knows this and is just lying, or she doesn't know it and doesn't care, right? I don't care what Islam teaches. I will believe whatever I want to believe and claim that that's Islam, regardless of what the truth of the matter is. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. I don't care if Allah's eternal holy word calls you the worst of all creatures. You're not. That would be disrespectful. That would be rude. No one can be rude or disrespectful in any way except me when I'm mad at you. Got it.
Yeah. So.
All right. So are we done with the scriptures, or?
Oh, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up because we're doing the rest of his story, because this is Salman. He's proving that he was truly a Christian. So let's see whether or not his conversion to Christianity sounds really authentic. Now remember, he's in chains. He is in chains, locked in his father's house. Ready for this? I sent to the Christians and asked them if they would tell me when a caravan of Christian merchants came from Syria. So he casually sent one of his father's servants who did the secret for him. Apparently, he knew he could trust this servant. They told me, and I said to them, when they have finished their business and want to go back to their own country, ask if they will take me. They did so, and how did he get out? He cast off the fetters from his feet. Because you know what? That's what I would do. If the police had me in handcuffs and in leg shackles, I would cast off my fetters whenever I cared to leave. Okay? So that's how he got out of the prison. He cast off his fetters and went with them to Syria. Arrived there, I asked for the most learned person in the religion, and they directed me to the bishop. I went to him and told him that I liked his religion and should like to be with him and serve him in his church and learn from him and pray with him. He invited me to come in, and I did so. So he's learning from him and praying with him in his church, because he doesn't know what bishops do. Apparently, they just pray and serve in the church. Now, he was a bad man who used to command people to give alms and induce them to do so. And when they brought him money, he put it in his own coffers and did not give it to the poor until he had collected 7 jars of gold and silver. I conceived a violent hatred for the man when I saw what he was doing. So, this is supposed to be, if he is the bishop of Syria, right? He was either the bishop of Antioch or the bishop of Apamea, both of which would be metropolitan bishops very high up, and therefore would have a large number of lesser churches that they would have to provide for and administrate. There would be nothing at all surprising of them having 7 jars of gold and silver to
7 whole jars.
7 whole jars of gold and silver. There would be nothing surprising about them having quite a bit of money to be able to administrate and provide for that many people. A lot of the money would be collected centrally and it would be sent out as needed. They would have a substantial treasure house. There would be no question of this, just to be clear.
So before you go on, I think that we're talking about a guy who collects all these donations and keeps them for himself. So it's a perfect time for a super chat from Jack Ray.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
And Mufti Meg would definitely know about having much more than you have sown, because he would laugh at the guy with 7 jars of gold. He'd be like, 7 jars of gold? I got 70 jars of gold right here in my car. And that's only a small portion of my collection that Allah has blessed me with through all those donations that you have been giving me. So give some more so he can bless you as well. Send in your seed that totally mixes with the fluid of the woman to create a baby, according to the Quran. That is how this works. All right.
Okay, so the story gets even better. Okay.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more. So, sometime later, when he died, and the Christians came together to bury him. Just keep this in mind. He died, then the Christians came together to bury him. So apparently he was like alone in the church before or something? I don't know, it's very odd. I told them that he was a bad man who extorted them and persuaded them to give alms, and then they brought money and put it in his coffers and gave nothing to the poor. They asked how I could possibly know this. So he's the only one with him. He seems to think that bishops are like solitary monks, and he's the only one who knows. And I showed them the place, and they brought out 7 jars full of gold and silver. As soon as they saw them, they said, "By God, we will never bury this fellow." So they crucified him and stoned him. And
wait. This is a dead guy, right?
Place. What?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is a dead guy, right? He's already dead.
So here's what Muhammad believed. Muhammad believed that crucifixion was what you did to a body after they were dead.
What?
Yeah,
what?
Notice in the Quran, it always says, "We will kill you and crucify you."
Oh my gosh. What the heck?
So he thought that crucifixion was what you did to a body after it was dead just to display it. And so, because Muhammad thinks this is a story that Solomon made up for him. Because crucifixion had not been practiced for a long time at this point, so people didn't even know what it was. So here is the very, very true story of people tying up a dead body and then throwing rocks at it, because they crucified him and stoned him. So they thought that you would tie up the body and then just throw some stones at it, and then appointed another in his place. So the Christians came along and they just appointed another one, because that's how it works. That's how you get bishops. The Christians just like decide to randomly appoint a guy. That's not a central authority appointing someone to this place. No, the Christians just decide on who will be their next bishop, because my goodness, This guy was keeping all of the alms and nobody knew.
Now
Again,
we'll
this
never
is
bury him, so we'll crucify him instead.
are truly, yes, it is incredibly stupid, Zaida. The Islamic sources
Oh
are
my gosh.
intensely stupid. So,
This is one of the funniest things.
yes. Oh, it gets even better. So
I doubt it.
that so here's Bishop of Syria number 2, right?
The guy they appointed in his place for
Mhm.
the crucified, the guy who's
Yep.
still up on the cross to this day
Yep.
because they never
Yep.
buried him.
I have never seen any non-Muslim whom I would consider more virtuous, more ascetic, more devoted to the next life, and more consistent night and day than he. So apparently, again, he has no idea what bishops do. He thinks that this guy is just like doing nothing but praying in the church over and over and over again. That's what bishops do. Doesn't
Right,
realize that a
because the
bishop's
local
position,
church is led by a bishop, obviously. Everyone knows
yeah,
that.
he doesn't understand that a bishop's position is primarily one of administrative functions and also preaching and teaching. No, it's just someone praying night and day. He does not know the difference between an abbot and a bishop. Not a clue. I loved him as I had never loved anyone before. I stayed with him a long time until when he was about to die, I told him how I loved him and asked him whom he would
That sounds a
confide
little
me,
gay.
to whom he would confide me, and what orders he would give me now that he was about to die. So this guy is apparently serving in the church, but he has no idea of holy orders or anything else. So he hasn't become a priest or anything. He hasn't become a monk. He's just a dude hanging out in a church. And now this guy says, "My dear son, I do not know anyone who is as I am. Men have died and have either altered or abandoned most of their true religion, except for a man in Mosul," and that's Mosul. Then in Persia, what was Persia then, right? Mosul. He follows my faith, so join yourself to them. So let's keep this in mind. This is a bishop of Antioch. Antioch is one of the 5 most important seats of Christianity, or Apamea on the Orontes River. Still very important, right? So this within the confines of the Byzantine Empire, an important metropolitan seat, a high bishop in the Eastern Orthodox Church, in the Byzantine Church.
Right. So one of the 5 most important
5
Christian
most
leaders
important, or
in
maybe
the world.
maybe not that important, but very important still a metropolitan seat. And he sends him where? Supposedly to the Bishop of Mosul, which was the Assyrian Church of the East. So he sent him to the Nestorians.
So he sends them to a different church.
To
right?
the
And
Nestorians,
with
right. To a
conflicting heretical beliefs.
Right. So that would be like a Sunni imam saying, "Oh, I know of no one except for the Ayatollah Khomeini," and sending you to them. Like not any Sunni imam, but like a head imam in Saudi Arabia saying, "I know of no one who is true except the Ayatollah Khomeini," and sending you there. That is how stupid this is. This guy doesn't even know. He just knows like Christian, this vague kind of, they're all Christian. Whatever. I know these places have Christians in them and they're important cities for Christians, so I will just name them. Right? So when he was dead and buried, I attached myself to the Bishop of Mosul, telling him that so and so had confided in me. Who is so and so? Have you noticed a lack of names? He served these people for years, and yet he has no idea what their names are. Really ringing authentic, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, yes.
How many Christian names have we gotten so far? Oh, that would be none. None. And told him that
people don't have
so-and-so
names.
had confided in me when he died and told me to follow the same path. Instantly, or I stayed with him and found him, and found him just as he had been described. But it was not long before he died. And I asked
Oh
him,
no, not
yeah,
again.
do for me
Not
what his
again.
predecessor had done. He replied he only knew of one man, and Nasibin, who followed the same path and recommended me to go to him. Amazing. Only one man ever. Now, this is Nisibis. Uh, Ephraim the Syrian was the first director of the school of Nisibis. Uh, the city went back
Hey,
to
we got a name.
Persia. Eventually, it became a center for the Assyrian Church of the East again. So we're at the Syrian Church of the East still.
Hey, so he actually referred him to
So
someone relevant this time.
relevant, but
Hey, it's a step up. Come on.
it's a step up from what it was before. Still don't have a name because this person doesn't exist. So I stayed
Oh,
with this good man
come
for
on,
some
Mary.
time, and when he died, we're going again.
Oh, man, what is wrong with this guy? Everyone he goes to dies.
I know. He recommended me to go to a colleague in Amaria. I stayed with him for some time and labored until I possessed some cows and a small flock of sheep. Okay, so now he's back in
What?
Syria. Why?
What? Why
Yeah,
is he
he's
getting
back in
cows
Syria.
and
So
sheep?
I don't know how he got the sheep. I don't know how he got the cows, because if he's a servant of the church, then they would provide for his needs and he wouldn't have cows or sheep. But he decides that he needs these cows or sheep because of the next part of the story. So he's back in Syria. He's back in the Byzantine church. So he's getting punted back and forth between the Syrian Church of the East, between the Nestorians and the Byzantines. And I stayed with him for some time, and then when he was about to, I asked him to recommend me to someone else. Now one would think at this point that he's just killing these guys for how many have died. He told me he knew of no one who followed his way of life, but a prophet was about to arise who would be sent with the religion of Abraham. Yes, because that's how we talk. Aren't the Christians concerned with the religion of Abraham?
Oh yes, very.
Christians
Every
know
Christian knows that the primary prophet of Christianity is Abraham.
it's Abraham. Yeah. He would come forth in Arabia and would migrate to a country between two lava belts, between which there are palms. So this is what we need to have in our scripture. He would be sent with the religion of Abraham. He would come forth in Arabia, would migrate to a country between two lava belts, between which were palms. He has unmistakable marks. So we've got the
Hey, the mole.
purple seal of prophethood again. He will eat what's given to him, but not things given as alms. And this is going to get even funnier, by the way. Between his shoulders is the seal of prophecy. If you are able to go to that country, do so. Then he died and he was buried, and I stayed with him as long as God willed. Then a party of Calbite merchants passed by, and I asked them to take me to Arabia, and I would give them those cows and sheep of mine. They accepted the offer and took me with them until we reached Wadi
That's
al
a generous
Quda,
offer,
where they
gotta say.
sold me to a Jew as a slave.
Wait, what? They took his cows and sheep and then sold him as a slave?
Yep.
Man,
According to this.
man, this guy is getting a raw deal.
So here we go. We need to, where are the lava belts? Where are the palms? Where's the prophet of Arabia? Where is the need for a prophet with the religion of Abraham? And for heaven's sake, where is his big hairy mole? Everyone says that they have a big hairy mole.
Mary, stop deceiving us by reading these ridiculous Islamic sources that give the Islamic teaching on Islamic topics. You're such a deceiver, Mary. This is what Christians do. They deceive people by reading Islamic sources. Shame on you, Mary. Shame on you. I can't believe that you would do this to people.
Yeah, sweetheart. This is Islam. This is an Islamic source. This is, in fact, the earliest prophetic biography, Sirah, of Muhammad, the earliest one to exist. And that means that it's the most reliable as far as reliability can exist. This is the most reliable source you have for early as well.
Yep, we've got to get Zayzara coming up here. Oh no, more stupidity.
Is the only
I agree.
story.
It's stupidity.
This
Stupidity
is the only,
that's taught by Islam.
Yes. This is the only story of the conversion or the recognition of Salman the Persian and why he believed in Muhammad. This is what Farid, this is a story that Farid says is proof, one of the best proofs of Islam.
So, just so you know, Mary, anyone who has not figured out that we, the presenters, are incredibly stupid by reading this story, it's just clueless, right? It's just damn. I mean, if you can't figure out that anyone reading this story is incredibly stupid, then there's something wrong with you. The problem is, Zeta, the problem is we're not reading this story because we believe it. We're reading this story because this is what Farid Responds, the great Muslim apologist, offered as his evidence for the proof of Islam, right? This is his best, strongest argument that Islam is true is this story.
Yeah. So again, emphasizing here for you guys, for the slow people in the room who are, of course, the Muslims, because Muslims are always the slow people in the room.
Don't forget about Devontae. Don't forget about Devontae.
This is the source for the story of Solomon's conversion and why he converted. He said that this guy told him, the true prophet or the true follower of Asa told him about how Muhammad was prophesied to come about, and he's trying to find him, but instead he got sold into slavery. So, and then and then supposedly he gets sold as a Jew, as a slave.
Oh yes, we got to finish the story, don't we?
Yeah, whenever he's sold into Mecca, or excuse me, to Medina, he realizes that he's at the place where the man would come, and then Muhammad comes, and he realizes that it must be him because he has a huge mole between his shoulder blades. That's what he says.
So Zeta said that, oh, that guy, most fakest people in the world, unbelievable. I don't know if she meant me, if she meant Farid, or she meant the guy in that story, but someone is the fakest people in the world. Completely unbelievable.
Which is something you can't fathom.
Indeed, I cannot fathom.
All right, so it's really excellent here. Once some meat was brought to the prophet and was said, this meat was given in charity to Barira. Now, how do we know him? Because he's not going to do what? He will eat what is given to him, but not things given as alms. He will not eat charity. Let's find out whether or not Muhammad eats charity. This meat was given in charity to Barira.
Charity.
The meat was brought to Muhammad. It is charity. He says, it's an object of charity for Barira and a gift for us. So what did he do? He ate it. Don't worry.
No, it doesn't say he ate it.
It doesn't say he ate it. It doesn't. If it comes to me, it doesn't count as charity. So even if it was originally given in charity, if it comes to me again, I'll just eat it. And of course, Muhammad got 20% of everything. Muhammad got all the alms. He got everything, and he got his cut first. So I have no idea what they're saying by him not eating things given in alms. It was given as an object of charity for Barira. And who ate it? Muhammad did. Did Muhammad eat charity? Yes, Muhammad ate charity. Now, Muhammad did not count it as charity, and he carefully didn't count it as charity. Why? Because Muhammad taught that if you receive charity, you get a demerit on your own on your good works credits. So you give charity and you get that credit, but then it's taken away from the people who consume it. So he didn't want to get a charity demerit.
Shame on that guy giving him charity and trying to demote Muhammad, but he was up for it, right? He was up for that challenge. Said, no, I do not accept your charity. It just came to me somehow. Therefore, it's not charity, and I can eat it.
Yep, and Phil is mentioning another one that says that she was given a sheep in charity, an entire sheep. Muhammad said, it is a charitable gift for her and a gift for us. So he just ate it because it was offered to him. So he ate it. He ate the charity, but it didn't count.
Yeah, well, you finally said something true, Zeta. You guys are too smart for me. Now, it's not really smartness, though, right? Because you're just blind. And I know you meant this sarcastically, but I'm treating it seriously anyway. So don't think I'm stupid and didn't understand. You meant it sarcastically. But the reason that you're making such stupid comments, the reason that you are being a major hypocrite, and perhaps this will be your last comment, which I'm not even going to bother reading, but this is from the person who said you should always respect people. The reason you've been outsmarted, and you actually have been quite a large margin, is because you have nothing to work with. And I don't mean you have no brain. I mean, Islam gives you nothing to work with. You have no way of defending any of this stuff because your religion is obviously false in every way. The smartest person in the world, which isn't me or Mary, but whoever that person is, couldn't defend Islam because there's nothing there. There's nothing that will allow them to defend it. That's why you can't defend Islam, and you have to resort to stupid comments and insults. If you leave Islam and you find a more coherent belief system, Christianity, then you'll be able to defend it and you'll look smart. Really simple. You cannot tell my robot to go away. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a bot. You can block it though, and then you'll never see it again, and probably won't ever figure out how to unblock it because I just couldn't figure out how to unblock it. So I never see Robot. All right, so, and then here's the rest. I saw the palm trees. I hope that this is the town that my master described for me, but I wasn't certain. Then I got brought to Medina, and as soon as I saw it, I recognized it from my master's description. Oh, we should be able to recognize Medina from a description in the Bible that the Christians have. I dwelt there, and the apostle of God was sent and lived in Mecca, but I did not hear him mentioned because I was fully occupied as a slave, and he migrated to Medina. I was in the top of a palm tree belonging to my master, carrying out my work while my master sat below, and suddenly a cousin of his came up to him and said, God smite the Banu Qayla. They are gathering at this moment at Quba round a man who has come from them to Mecca and is asserting he's a prophet. And then after that, Salman's basically like, and I converted to Islam and sucked up to Muhammad, and he bought me, and now I'm free and very honored because he became basically the main military consultant of Muhammad, who was consulted in matters of fortifications and trenches and fighting in ranks and things like that.
So this is the mercy of Muhammad. He bought, sold, and traded slaves when it was to his benefit. Alhamdulillah, he was a mercy to mankind.
But notice that according to Farid, this guy authentically recognized Muhammad, while anyone with even a tiny bit of intelligence would realize the guy's lying. He was never a Christian. He pretended to be a Christian because he knew a tiny bit more about it than a lot of people around him, because he was a slave and he wanted to be free, and Muhammad paid for him to be free to gain the cachet of a supposed Christian. Notice how much he knows about the Christian religion. I like nothing. He knows nothing about the organization of the church, nothing about the Christian life, nothing about the Christian belief, just this goofy story that he made up to tickle Muhammad's ears. And we are supposed to find this story
20 bishops.
Yeah. How many bishops died? 1, 2, 3, 4 bishops, and one dude in a small village died. So he killed 5 people, I guess. He's a serial killer of old men or something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But
this is the proof that the one of the highest representatives of Orthodox Christianity in the entire church sent him to a heretical sect of Christianity when he was about to die. And this man apparently never served the church in any way. He just hung around with bishops for some unknown reason. And he learned in the scripture that the prophet would have a mole and he would never eat alms. And he would be in the valley between the lava or whatever other nonsense he said.
Where there are palm trees. Anyway,
yes, palm trees. The palm trees. That is proof. Only one person has ever lived in a place with palm trees.
Oh, and here's that detail. You guys can pause it later, look at it more closely, or look at Ibn Ishaq. But I was trying to find out the truth of what had been described to me. So he threw off his cloak, laying bare his back, and I looked at the seal and recognized it. Then I bent over him, kissing him and weeping, because he saw the beautiful what? The beautiful birthmark. that was described to him and is in the scripture.
It does seem to be the key, right? They
Yes.
sometimes mention everything's which are inconsistent, but they always mention the birthmark, don't they? Or
Yes.
mole or whatever you want to interpret it as.
Yep. And then here's another slight version of this. So he got sent to this place in Syria. Uh, Remember, he's being sent from the Nestorians to the Byzantines. Every year he used to go from one to another. The sick used to stand in his way, and everyone he prayed for was healed. He said, "Ask him about this religion which you seek, for he can tell you of it." So I went on until I came to the place I had been told of. I found the people had gathered there with the sick, till he came out to them that night, passing from one thicket to the other. The people came to him with their sick, and everyone he prayed for was healed. They prevented me from getting to him, so I could not approach him until he entered the thicket he was making for. This is supposed to be the last dude, by the way. I took a hold of his shoulder. He asked me who I was as he turned to me, and I said, "God have mercy on you. Tell me about the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham." Now, keep in mind that to any Syriac speaker, to any speaker of Aramaic, Hanafiya means the pagans. So the pagans, the heathens, the religion of Abraham. Clearly, this guy is just making stuff up. But anyway, he replied, "You are asking about something men do not inquire of today. The time has come near when a prophet will be sent with this religion from the people of Haram. Go to him, for he will bring you to it." Then he went in the thicket. Mohammed said to Solomon, "If you have told me the truth, you have met Jesus, the son of Mary." So the last guy, Muhammad, or this guy, the last guy Solomon was supposedly hanging out with, is Jesus. Jesus is hanging around in the thickets in Syria in the 600s because Muhammad has no
Why not?
idea of history or any period of time.
Why not?
So
I mean,
there we go.
it's as plausible as the bishops sending him around and around and around and around.
Well, this is the end of the bishop swinging him around and around. So the last person he was sent to was Jesus.
I
So
know.
Christianity has been a thing. They're bishops, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
the last guy
There's
he gets
bishops
sent
of
to is Jesus.
Christianity, but Jesus is still alive.
Right. Right. He's still on earth.
Great story.
Amazing.
Great story. I'm convinced. This is clearly right. This is
So the question is, do knowledgeable people believe in Muhammad? Do they think that he's authentic? So Al-Nadir went to the Jews in Medina to consult them about Muhammad, and they said, he said, ask them about 3 things which we will instruct you. If he gives you the right answer, then he's an authentic prophet. If he does not, then the man is a rogue, so form your own opinion about him. Ask him what happened to the young men who disappeared in ancient days, for they have a marvelous story. Ask him about my mighty traveler who could reach the confines of both east and west. Ask him about what the spirit is, about the ruh. Ask him about that. If he can give you the answer, follow him, for he is a prophet. If he cannot, then he is a forger, and treat him as you will. Now, in reality, did he give the kind of answers that would satisfy any Jew? No! Why? Because he told the legend of the boys in the cave as if it's something that was real and historical, and it involves Christians, which the rabbis would reject and would say is a false story. Second one, the mighty traveler who reached the confines of both the east and west, they knew that this was a story of Alexander the Great, but they knew Alexander the Great was a pagan. In their own sources, it says that he's a pagan. And Muhammad declares that he is a true believer in Allah in his stories. And then the Ruh, he can't even answer that one. So there we go. He failed on that test. So why would they not say, oh, here is the does he have a big mole on his back? Was he born at such and such time, which lines up to Muhammad? Oh, we have a prophecy of this. No, they rejected him because they said he's fake.
so Zeta. How did she twist the story? how did she twist the story in any way whatsoever? I want you to tell me exactly how she twisted the story. I'm sick and tired of your empty accusations. Give me a specific way that Mary twisted this story. I'll wait. Don't worry.
Zeta, who were
I
the
got time.
boys of the cave? It's a Christian legend, hun. Do you think that the Jews accept it as being true? No. And whenever I did my presentation on Dhul Qarnayn, I talked about how the Jews, and I quoted their Talmud and other sources, and proved that the Jews believed him to be a pagan king, as he actually was historically. So they would not accept him, right?
Zeta, I want a specific example. Give me a specific example of how something was twisted. You have never heard any of these sources in your life.
No.
How could you possibly know they are twisted? You don't even know what they are, right? When I quoted the Quran, you called it a lie. I just quoted it. I didn't even give you an interpretation. I just quoted it and you called it a lie. And now you can't answer, right? You can't answer because you have no answers. You're just putting out empty, pointless statements because you're so desperate to stay in the religion that tells you you are inferior and that your destiny is hell. Why? Why do you have such a victim mentality? Why do you desperately want to be a victim? Why do you want Satan to drag you into the pit of hell?
Yeah, it's really sad.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
So, again,
You have nothing.
and then the third one, ruh. What does the Quran even say about the ruh? It says that only a few people know some things, and Allah is not going to tell me anything about it. It's something that belongs to Allah alone. Yeah, the story about the cave is a Christian legend. It is a Christian legend about Christian boys. Which,
yeah, but no, Zeta, you can't just say the story about the cave. Tell us how it was twisted. You said Mary was twisting something. Just saying the story doesn't tell us how it's twisted. Say, this is what Mary said, and this is what it really means. You need to do that. You can't just keep giving these empty statements that have no meaning whatsoever. You know they're meaningless. We know they're meaningless. You are offering empty statements because you are desperate. Give us something concrete. You would never get it. That's not an answer. Give us something concrete. If you put another empty, pointless statement up, then I'm going to have to put you in time out. Don't say we'd never get it. The person who doesn't get it is you. Actually,
Yep.
That's not fair. You do get it. That's why you're making these empty statements. You're making these empty statements because you get it. You understand you don't have any answers. And so all you can do is spam nonsense and hope desperately that you convince yourself or someone else. I want a specific answer of something, anything, one tiny little detail that was false.
yep. All right. So again, this is Salman al-Farsi, who supposedly converted to Islam due to his knowledge of previous scriptures and the description of the prophet in previous scriptures. This is the best argument for Islam.
Strongest.
Or yeah, the strongest. One of the strongest arguments for Islam is these people who claim that these things were in the scriptures, which no one else can find. There's no evidence that exists, and these people are clearly making up silly stories.
Strong argument. Strong.
Yep.
Argument. You ready for a second argument?
So, hang on 1 second. So, this guy who recognized these and said that Muhammad was telling tales of the ancients. So, does he count? And yeah, the next one. We'll bring up the next one.
All right. So I didn't believe Mary when she said that we'd spend the whole time on this video, but apparently we actually will. And there it goes. Cool.
And the description of the Prophet, peace be upon him, in previous scriptures. As for Unais al-Ghifari,
Hey, just For the sake of clarity and honesty, Farid actually did say the description of the prophet. He did honestly admit that part. He didn't say it was the mole, of course, but he did actually say that was the key feature as the description of the prophet. So
Well,
kudos
yeah,
to him.
but notice I wrote that word by word what he had said. Converted to Islam due to their knowledge of the previous scriptures and the description of the prophet in previous scriptures.
Yep.
I want to make sure everybody knew that it was the mole.
Yep. And Farid knows that. He's not going
Yep.
to tell the audience because it sounds ridiculous, but he knows that. Whether he believes it or not, I don't know, but he knows what that description actually is.
As a poet, hearing the Quran was sufficient for him to know that it was from Allah.
Okay, so argument number 2, a poet heard the Quran and knew it was from Allah. So some random, let's say this for the sake of argument, this is true. I don't know what else he's going to say. Mary does. Say for the sake of the argument, some random person, some poet, let's say he was the greatest poet to ever live, heard the Quran and said this is from Allah, therefore Islam is true. Really? This is the strongest evidence? Someone's subjective opinion, some poet's subjective opinion? 1 billion people have heard the Quran and thought it was crap. Why does that opinion not matter? One person said it was from Allah, therefore this is the strongest evidence that Islam is true.
It gets good. So
Okay, so I should play more?
go back a little bit, and so we can hear his whole thing about that, and then we'll go until he starts talking about something else.
Hearing the Quran was sufficient. As for Unais al-Ghifari himself, he was a poet. Hearing the Quran was sufficient for him to know that it was from Allah. As for a lot of the companions, the prophecies coming to pass, for example.
So it was only the one guy, right? And then he goes to companions. So he says,
Yeah.
one guy heard the Quran and he said Islam's true. Or, I mean, he said it's from Allah.
So yeah,
I mean,
let's look at the
I don't
folks.
think when he's,
How many
Yeah.
prophets were there?
what do you mean? You mean according to
Or-
Islam?
Sorry,
Or-
how many poets were there?
Oh, how many poets were there? I don't
In-
know, 10,000?
Among the Quraysh, how many poets were there? Like
1,000?
dozens.
Yeah.
Every woman would recite poetry practically about various things. All the slaves would make up poetry.
A
And
poet.
we find among those, we find a record of one person who converted to Islam because he decided that it had to be Allah from Allah because he was a poet. And I'll explain his exact reasoning he gives, and it's hilarious.
All right, let's pull that up. Hopefully we get through this a little faster than the last one.
Yeah, well, I'm nearly halfway through my slides anyway.
Only halfway? Mary, we'll never
I told
end.
you there are 54. I have 30 left. Anyway, so
No.
this talks about our buddy. Whenever Muhammad used to say, or excuse me, whenever Al-Nader used to say that these are tales of the ancients. So he says, what he says is nothing but fables of the people of old. This is a knowledgeable person. Like the stories I used to relate to you regarding bygone nations. This was a guy who studied in Persia. And he's saying, this sounds to me just like stories of bygone nations.
He was
So
a
he used
poet.
to talk abundantly about bygone nations. He used to relate to the Quraysh who listened to what he said. So here's an experienced person, a knowledgeable person, and this has
all right, so
more
we
about
have
him.
a third poet, right? So we had poet number 1. This is from Allah. Poet number 2. This is Tales of Ancient. Now poet number 3.
This guy's not even a poet. He's just a really educated.
Oh, come on,
Well,
man.
I don't know
Everyone's
whether
a
or not he's a
poet.
poet. I don't know whether or not we have poetry, but Abu Sufyan was a poet, and we have poetry from him and several other folks who gave battlefield poetry, and they weren't convinced. But this is a very knowledgeable person. So he brought back books and one or more singing slave girls. And
the slave girls were poets, so that counts.
And Muhammad had him killed after the Battle of Badr because he used to scoff at him, and he would evoke the glories of the kings of Persia when Muhammad recalled the miserable fates of past nations. He was pointing out, hey, look, the Sassanian Empire has not been humiliated like this. Why are you claiming that all the nations have had this happen when the Sassanian Empire never has? because Muhammad's teaching that he's the last nation and all other nations have undergone this humiliation. This hasn't happened. Telling tales of the ancients, etc., etc. So, and he was executed for that. He also would tell tales specifically of so let's see, who would say that?
So what Mary is thinking here.
And so here they're trying to pretend, oh, they're supposed to say, oh, he's saying that it's okay. He's not a poet and he's not possessed. Instead, he's just telling tales of the ancients. So they're trying to spin this in a positive way. It's not true. But he said, I can tell a better story than he. Come to me. So he is going straight up against the a surah like it kind of challenge. And he would begin to tell them the story of the kings of Persia, Rustam and Isbandiyar. And then he would say, in what respect is Muhammad a better storyteller than I? So he was pushing against that, saying, look, I can do the same thing he does. And people found him convincing. At the time, they found him convincing.
Well,
That's
yeah,
why
Muhammad
they
had him
continued
killed
to
for a
pose him.
reason.
Yeah, Muhammad killed him for a reason.
Have him killed because no one believed him. I mean, he was just some lunatic out there saying stuff and no one believed him. So we got one poet, word of Allah. Second poet, tales of the ancient. Knowledgeable guy, maybe not a poet. Tales of the ancient.
No. This is still, it's all one guy. It's all Nader, the knowledgeable guy.
Oh,
but there are many other
fine.
poets. There are many poet females. Muhammad had a number of poets killed.
Right, yeah, the two singing song girls. Only one actually got killed, but they both were singing songs against Muhammad, right?
And the man who was super old, the
100-year-old man, yep.
Yeah, he was a poet. And then the woman that they murdered for criticizing Muhammad for that, she was criticizing for him in poetry. She was a poet too.
And then we had countless other poets who weren't like specifically criticizing Muhammad, but certainly didn't convert to Islam. Yep. So this doesn't seem like a very good argument. And it doesn't seem like the strongest proof for Islam. A poet was convinced.
All right. So he talked about Unais, and we have no idea what his father's name was. There are a whole bunch of different traditions. But he's al-Ghafari. And he was, from the tribe of Ghafar. And and this is a Kinana tribe, and he is the brother of our buddy Abu Dar. Remember Abu Dar? One of my favorite guys, absolute moron. Love him to death because he's so stupid and his stories are so dumb. But he's supposedly a poor shepherd living apart from his tribe. And he's the gullible guy who repeated some of the dumbest things that Muhammad ever said. He also told this absolutely ridiculous story of himself about how puffing up his importance. And he claimed to be either the fourth or fifth convert to Islam ever, though poor through the violent rage.
Mary, I have a question for you. Is there a term for someone who repeats the dumb stories of Muhammad?
That would be an ear, maybe.
Oh, I was going to say a hadith narrator, but...
Oh, a hadith narrator, yeah.
But ear also works.
Well, a lot of the hadith narrators massage things and try to improve them, but there was nothing... Muhammad could not say something so stupid that Abu Dar would not repeat it. So, anyway... Though he was listed among the super poorest people, through all the violent raids and murdering of Muhammad, Abu Dar acquired a woman, perhaps his wife. It appears to be a wife and not just a concubine, but it was because of these violent raids that made him wealthier. And he had a child named Dar with this woman acquired through the raids. And there's a little bit about his son in the Shia source Al-Kafi, because the Shia like him better because he was an opponent of Uthman, didn't like how Uthman was favoring Muawiyah and other folks, and preferred Ali's family and got into trouble with Uthman. Um, and so here's the story, supposedly, of his conversion. So Abu Dhar supposedly said, "We set out from our tribe who look upon the prohibited months as permissible months." Oh my goodness, they didn't observe the pagan prohibited months. Not that Muhammad ever observed the pagan prohibited months himself, even though he pretended he did, but whatever. I and my brother Unais and our mother stayed with our maternal uncle, who treated us well. But then the men of his tribe, they felt jealous, and they said, "When you are away from your house, Unais commits adultery with your wife." Our maternal uncle came and he accused us of the sin which was conveyed to him. Now, there are other versions of this that basically say one person came and told him, and they basically said, "Ask anyone in the tribe. They've seen him going into your wife whenever you were out." So I don't know why they would be jealous. Just keep in mind, they were jealous. They felt jealous of us. What are they jealous of?
I don't know.
So anyway,
honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, like
there's nothing
it makes
to be
no
jealous
sense.
of.
Unais
Like even in a carnal pagan sense, there's nothing to be jealous of here.
No. And Unais is messing with his uncle's wife, and so they they had a falling out, and then they got a kahin, which means a pagan priest. So now remember, Abu Dhar is going to represent himself as a true follower of the Hanafiya at this time, but they're going to a pagan priest, and they're getting him to do some divining and win some camels through the casting of lots. You know, like, oh, if I am guilty, whatever, if I'm innocent, give me these camels, kind of thing, I guess. And so they ended up with twice as many camels when they left.
Good deal.
So, and then Abu Dhar says, "I used to observe prayer 3 years before my meeting with Allah's messenger." And then I said, "For whom did you say prayer?" He said, "For Allah." "To which direction did you turn your face?" Your Qibla, right? "I used to turn my face as Allah directed me to turn my face." So, oh look, guess who he is? He's a prophet too. Allah tells him stuff personally, right?
Uh-huh.
I used to observe the night prayer at the time of the end of night. Fell down in prostration like the mantle until the sun rose over me. So he supernaturally like saw or knew when to pray in the same way as Muhammad, he's claiming. So this is a really authentic thing, because this guy is being given enlightenment directly by Allah, and he is praying like Muhammad was directed to pray because Allah is telling him to. Totally authentic here, guys. And then Unais said, "I have a work in Mecca, so you better stay here." What is Unais' work in Mecca that he needs to stay here? Whatever. And yeah, Jack Ray, apparently they saw him like sneaking into the tent, and then one of them told the uncle, and then the others backed him up.
Yeah, I would assume that Mary met at their house, but I pulled it up anyway.
Well, tent.
Well, yeah, place of residence.
Yep. So, and but Carol B, what they're saying is that they're falsely accusing him. The jealousy as a word for familial honor, supposedly they're falsely accusing him, and he totally didn't do anything. My question would be why?
Wait, what?
Why would they be falsely accusing him?
Yeah, that doesn't make so the story is lots of people observed this guy cheating with this other guy's wife. They confront him and say, "Hey dude, your wife's been unfaithful." It's like, "No, you're lying. You're jealous. You're making stuff up." Okay, great idea. I don't know. This is just also weird, and I don't know where any of this is going. But I'm sure Mary has somewhere important to go.
It will never happen!
So, Unais went until he came to Mecca, and he came to me late. I said, "What did you do?" He said, "I met a person in Mecca who was on your religion." No, he didn't answer what he was doing. He had business in Mecca. What was his business in Mecca? Does anyone know what his business in Mecca was? He just needed to go to Mecca because we needed this story. Anyway, I met a person in Mecca who is on your religion. He claims it is verily Allah who has sent him. I said, what do the people say about him? They say he is a poet or a kahin, that's the pagan priest, or magician or soothsayer, sometimes it's translated as. Okay. Unaeus, who was himself one of the poets, says, I have heard the words of a kahin, but his words in no way resemble his words. And I also compared his words to the verses of poets, but such words cannot be uttered by any poet. By Allah, again, we're using these nice Muslim terms already, he is truthful and they are liars. Now, I just want you to know, here's the idea. So, Kahins don't talk like Muhammad. Poets somehow can't talk like Muhammad. I'm not sure how this is true because Umayyah ibn Asal's poetry is extraordinarily similar to Muhammad's early work. But fine, poets isn't like this. Therefore, the only conclusion is Muhammad is telling the truth and it's from Allah.
Yeah,
what
good
kind
logic.
of reasoning from this? You don't have a dog. You don't have a cat either. Therefore, you have a bird. Like, what?
Yeah, actually, this is a classic example of poor logic that's used in textbooks. This kind of setup, right? A is not, but we'll just use Muhammad, right? So A is not Muhammad, B is not Muhammad. Therefore, Muhammad is C, right? It doesn't work. There's nothing about poets can't talk like Muhammad, even if true, to mean that Muhammad's telling the truth, right? Maybe he's got mental illness and he talks really strange and no one talks the same way as him. Maybe he's just really creative and talks in a strange way. No one talks like Dr. Seuss. Does that mean Dr. Seuss is telling the truth? I mean, literally, no one ever talked like Dr. Seuss before he came around and started writing his children's books. Does that mean that he's like some kind of prophet as a result? It's just really stupid. Really, really stupid.
But remember, because this one particular guy who calls himself a poet, we have none of his poetry. We have no one else even talking about him. He doesn't even appear as a companion and any other thing. We have no idea when he died, what happened to him, whatever. But supposedly, he is such an expert that he can tell the difference between the words of a poet and the words of Allah, because those are the only two options. Or the words of a soothsayer, right? We've got three options. If it's not a soothsayer, then it's not a poet, it has to be from Allah. It must be the truth. Like, come on, guys. Come on. So,
Well,
and he's a self-described poet. There's so many poets out there. But you know what? This is one of the best evidences for Islam, is this ridiculous fallacy.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, every human being has unique speech. In some sense, right? So Muslims will go to these extraordinary lengths to prove that the Quran is unlike anything else. And if you get technical enough and you get down to this tiniest little nitty-gritty details, technically everything's distinct. You can feed a program designed for this purpose a large amount, not a small amount. It takes a huge amount of data, but you feed a ton of writing by one person, and it can usually guess correctly whether another piece of writing comes from that person or not, because people have unique writing styles. So I guess everyone is having the words of Allah. I mean, what kind of idiotic logic is this? And again, like Mary said, it's just one random guy who even thinks this. And this is one of the strongest proofs for Islam.
And so, where is he whom you call Asabi? So is he among the Sabiyun now? What's going on here? Why is he called Al-Sabi suddenly? Then he pointed out towards me saying, he is Sabi. Thereupon the people of the valley attacked me with swords and bows until I fell unconscious. Okay. I asked where Muhammad was, and then suddenly they attack you with sods, pieces of clay and bows, and then you become unconscious. When you get attacked by a bow, you normally don't, just fall unconscious. Just so everybody knows, you're dead if
Yeah.
you've been shot a lot.
Okay.
But maybe they've just been beaten with a bow. I stood up after having regained my
Well, I
consciousness
did say
and
an arrow,
found
so yeah.
as if I was a red idol because I was just covered in blood. Then I came to the Zamzam and washed the blood from me. I drank water from it. And listen, O son of my brother, I stayed there for 30 nights and days, and there was no food for me but the water of Zamzam. And I became so bulky that there appeared wrinkles, meaning wrinkles of fat upon my stomach, because of the miracles of the water of Zamzam. This is the guy that we're supposed to take seriously, boys and girls. So I don't know
So
about
wait a
you.
second. It wasn't actually the words of the poetry then. It was the Zamzam water that convinced him.
Well, this is not the poet. This is the poet's brother who's going in. I don't
Oh.
know where the poet is now. The poet isn't with him. The poet's hanging out somewhere else. But
Wait,
Muhammad was pointed out
so
to
this is a
him.
second convert with a completely different reason in the same story. Is that what you're telling me?
No, no, he was converted. So this is Unais, the brother, who
Right.
was
Right.
sleeping with,
Poet got converted. Poet's brother.
and the poet's brother goes in, but the poet doesn't. But the story of the poet only comes from this brother. So either this brother is reliable
Okay.
or he's unreliable, right? So this is
Gotcha.
Abu Dhar,
I now understand why you're bringing this up. I didn't understand why you were bringing it up. Now I do,
right?
because he's the source.
He's a source. He's the only person that who even tells us that this guy's a poet at all.
Uh-huh.
In fact, I think he's the only time that we ever find out anything about this dude. He's just not anywhere in any of the other sources I've been able to find. So he asks, "Where is Muhammad?" Basically, they point him out. They knock him unconscious, and apparently Muhammad doesn't even notice. As everyone around them is attacking this guy, he doesn't notice. He's all by
And
himself.
just to be clear, he literally only asked where Muhammad is. He didn't threaten anything.
Where is the one whom you call Al-Sabi? They pointed him out toward me, saying, he is Sabi. Thereupon the people of the valley attacked me with bows.
Yeah, maybe they're beating him because it doesn't say arrows, so maybe they didn't shoot him with arrows. Maybe they did actually attack him with the bows and beat him with them or something. Maybe.
And it's just this random,
But why?
insignificant person.
Why?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What? He didn't do anything.
No,
He's like,
he didn't do anything.
people, can you point me to where Muhammad is? And they're like,
Oh, the
yes,
stories
he
get
did.
better.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yeah.
What?
And Muhammad doesn't notice. And now he's been, keep in mind, he's been at the Kaaba next to the well of Zamzam for 30 days and nights. They totally ignore him, and he gets fat while he's there, doing nothing but drinking the Zamzam water. Right? It was during this time that the people of Mecca slept in the moonlight night, and none was there to circumambulate the house but only two women who had been invoking the name of Isafa and Naila, the two idols. So I don't know why it says they slept in the moonlight night, because he's supposed to be there for 30 days or nights. So it would have been moonlit and dark both.
And the
It wouldn't have been any particular time of day, but only two women are there. So apparently, these pagans are neglecting the Kaaba because he wants to make this into some sort of special site of Islam, and so he's just claiming, they're just ignoring their Kaaba, and they only cared about two idols that were there, that were nearby in the courtyard, right? Then they came to me while in their circuit, and I said, and so then I started insulting them, is what he's saying. Marry one with the other. Make the idols marry. But they weren't dissuaded from their invoking. He didn't disturb them enough for them to react. They came to me, I said to them, insert wood into the idol's private parts. I said this to them in such plain words as I could not express in metaphorical terms. The women went away crying and saying, had there been one amongst our teacher, he would have taught a lesson to you for the obscene words used for our idols before us. These women met Allah's messenger and Abu Bakr, who had also been coming down the hill. He asked them, "What has happened to you?" They said, "There is Sabi who has hidden himself between the Kaaba and its curtain." He said, "What did he say to you?" They said, "He uttered such and such words before us as we cannot express." Allah's messengers came and kissed the black stone and circumambulated the house along with his companion and then observed prayer. When he finished the prayer, Abu Dhar said, "I was the first to greet him with the salutation of peace and uttered the words in this way. Assalamu alaikum is the first, he's saying that he's the first person to ever say Assalamu alaikum, right? Because it's stolen from the Jews. It's a greeting that's stolen from the Jews. And then whereupon he said, "It may be upon you too, in the mercy of Allah." He then said, "Who are you?" I said, "I'm from the tribe of Khifar." He leaned his hand, placed his finger on forehead, and I said to myself, perhaps he did not like that I belonged to that tribe. So here is the story of his supposed conversion, where he's beaten unconscious as a victim, and then he's so brave that he confronts these women and insults their idols, and then he just runs into Muhammad, who is doing the rituals associated with much later times in Islam, whenever they were aping the pagans much more. So there you go. This is a guy that we're supposed to rely on the fact that his brother truly thought that this was the words from Allah, because he's a poet and he knows better. And so we have more about the story and more nonsense related to them. You guys can read that later. I'm not going to bother, but toward the end he goes, "We then loaded our camels and we came to our tribe, and half the tribe embraced Islam." And then later on, after he went to Medina, then the other half embraced Islam. So he's claiming at the time when there were only 4 or 5 converts, half the tribe of Qifar embraced Islam at that time and were faithful followers of Muhammad. Where were these people? Nowhere. They weren't in the story. They did. This is just such nonsense, such absurd and ridiculous nonsense. So here you go, our trustworthy one. Another one. Here are some other ones that have different elements of this, of the same story. But here we said, for example, Allah's apostle circumambulated the house and observed 2 rak'ahs of prayer behind the station of Ibrahim. So again, this is much later tradition. Whenever Muhammad came and did his umrah, the people were confused and amazed at the way he led prayers in unison. And the rak'ahs had not existed when he was in Mecca. He made them up while in Medina. And yet here he is doing them here, supposedly. So
Mary, this is totally off topic, and I assume you haven't read the chat. So in classical Arabic, what is the word Messiah, or the Arabic equivalent of Messiah? Yeah.
Al-Masih. Why?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Do the classical tafsir know what it means?
No.
Do they make like 20 different guesses about what it means?
Yes.
So if it's had a 0 brain cell definition that every speaker of Arabic at the time the Quran was written knew, would the tafsir know what the word meant?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to do a sanity check there, right? So you didn't read the chat. You don't know that some guy was telling me that I'm a moron because I told him that the tafsirs don't know what Messiah
No, they
means.
have a bunch of guesses. And the guesses are about being pure, mostly. Like, he was pure. He was pure and unsullied and stuff.
So Ghost DZ, name one classical tafsir that knows this definition, right?
Yeah. Tell us which one
Kathir know?
knows conclusively what it means. And also, by the
Al-Tabri
way,
know
is
it?
correct. Name
Does
one
Kurtubi know it?
tafsir who even has the correct definition among the lists.
So does Al-Tabri know this, Ghost? Does Kurtubi know this? Does Ibn Kathir know this? Does any tafsir from the first 300 years of Islam know this? Or are you just assuming because you learned as a little kid, in your own
Almost
words,
none of the tafsir are from the first 300 years.
well, 500, whatever, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
Any of the
Suyuti,
ones
does he
considered
have any
highly
idea?
reliable by Muslims, other than ones written in the last century.
No, they're
Right?
like 700 years later. The best ones are the latest ones, of course. Come
Of
on,
course.
Thaddeus, you know this. All this early stuff where people actually know things and might have some kind of third or fourth hand knowledge, that stuff's unreliable. We can't talk about that anymore because it's all heretical. We have to go to stuff written in the 1300s and 1400s. That's where you get the
And they
really
still haven't
reliable
figured out
stuff.
what the word Messiah means, even though this is a basic Arabic word that every child learns as a small kid, and
Yeah.
there's no debate about what it means. There isn't any debate in modern Arabic. That's not the point. The modern Arabic definition is backfilled because you know what it's supposed to mean. But in the time of Muhammad, it's just a word that he heard. It's a Hebrew word. He doesn't know what it means. He just blindly repeated it, and no one knew what it meant.
Yep.
That's the point. Kurtubi doesn't know this. Al-Tabri doesn't know this. Ibn Kathir doesn't know this. No other reasonably early commentary knows it. None of them. You learned it as a small kid and have just assumed that it's obvious when it's in fact not. If it was obvious, they would know. They wouldn't make 6, 10 different guesses about what the word means. They would just tell you what it means.
Yep. And then
All
we have another tafsir where Ali was the one who finally brought him along with him and had him meet him. So, yeah. Oh, and then Abbas is supposed to have rescued him. Yet he's supposed to be one of the earliest of the believers. Why on earth would Abbas be the one rescuing him? Makes no sense. Abbas, A, wasn't a believer, and B, would not have been in charge of the Hashemite clan at this time. It would have been Abu Talib was the leader of the clan. So what would Abbas be doing with anything? Oh, wait, it's because he wasn't that early of a convert, and he made stuff up because he's just a liar. Whenever he came to his own history to make himself seem more important. So let's talk about other poets. So we talked about important poets who are highly regarded. So Fatima, the prophet's daughter, was one day repeating as she went along above the above verse. Just then she met the daughter of Imr al-Qais, who cried out, "Oh, that's what your father has taken from one of my father's poems, and calls it something that came down to him out of heaven." And the story is commonly told amongst the Arabs now.
Sorry, Mary. He confirmed the definition of Messiah long ago from a fatwa. A fatwa is his evidence of what the word Messiah meant at the time of Muhammad.
Sweetheart, what is a fatwa and who can write them? Is a fatwa a tafsir?
Oh, he says not from tafsir book.
Obviously,
I know what the modern definition of the term is. That's not remotely the question. What a fatwa tells you is completely and totally irrelevant. It's just going to tell you what Islamic doctrine is. Yeah, you figured out eventually what the word meant. It's a Hebrew word that Muhammad was imitating the sound of and didn't have a clue what it meant. What a joke.
So here's Muhammad listening to the poetry of Umayyah ibn Asalt, and after he recited a bunch, Muhammad said that he is about to become a Muslim, or that his poetry is almost Muslim. He was almost a Muslim in his poetry.
Whatever that means.
So basically, what's that mean? It means that his poetry sounds Islamic. What would you think would Quranic? Because it actually was in the same form as the Quran, the Saj poetry. And then the truest word uttered by a poet is the verse of Labid. Behold, apart from Allah, everything is in vain. So this was a pagan poet who says this. And so we have truth in this poetry. And Umayyah ibn Asalt was almost a Muslim is another part of that. So, by the way, Abu Dhar was considered morally weak in Sunni tradition. He asked Muhammad to make him a governor, but he struck him on the shoulder with his hand and said, "You are weak, Abu Dhar, and it is a trust which will be a cause of shame and regret on the day of resurrection, except for him who undertakes it as ought to be undertaken and fulfills his duty in it." Another version, he said, "Do not accept rule over two people, so don't be the emir of even two people. Do not become a guardian of an orphan's property." He couldn't be trusted with an orphan's property. By the way, he once caught Muhammad in a private chat with our buddy Dihya, the sexy Arab man who Muhammad said was Jibril. And he said, "Oh, don't worry, Abu Dhar, I saw you passing by the tent. That was Jibril. If only you had stopped in, you would have gotten a blessing." But, he was actually hanging out in a way that was very questionable with the man. Some of his untrustworthiness label might have to do with the fact that he was, in fact, a sympathizer of Ali. He got kicked out of Medina to Damascus, and then after Damascus, he was causing problems there because he was yelling at people, and so Uthman recalled him to Medina, and then he asked to retire to this very small village called Al Rabathah. And it's supposed to be, totally voluntary because he was so pious, but it seems in context he was just trying to get out of the line of fire because he was causing negative attention to himself wherever he went. According to Shia tradition, he was there with his wife and daughters. So, yeah, this is the guy we're supposed to believe. Again, these stories, the reliability of the people whose testimony is supposed to be so convincing because they really saw this in Islam. A guy who was basically alienated from his own tribe, wandering around and poor, who ran into a guy who would support him. Totally authentic. So. All right, we're ready to play last bit.
Yeah, I'm ready to convert to Islam. I mean, a random poet said it was good. All right, let's get Farid up here. I'm letting Mary talk more because I want to actually get through this.
We're nearly done because the next one's the next one you'll love. You'll love this.
All the companions, the prophecies coming to pass, for example, the prophecy of the Romans defeating the Persians, as narrated by Niyar bin Mukram in Sunan Tirmidhi, was the reason for a lot of companions converting to Islam.
So, Mary, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I don't think anyone ever cited this as a reason for converting. I think that this is a modern Dawa thing that they invented because they were desperate to find a prophecy. I don't think anyone ever cited converted prophecy as a reason to convert. Yet Farid says a bunch of companions did. Like, there's not even a made-up story. There's not even a made-up story that anyone converted because of fulfilled
prophecy.
Correct.
There is not a single made-up story that anyone converted because of a prophecy of Muhammad coming true. That's absolutely correct. That's why he did not have he had names for the other ones. Where's the name, Farid? Where's the name? Who converted because they were so convinced by Muhammad here? So let's go ahead.
Yeah, there's 7 seconds left. Maybe
let's
it's going to
finish
give
it
me
up
a name.
because this is.
But
this
I guess Mary has nothing to say because there's nothing to analyze because this literally is just a made-up claim.
Oh, it's going to be funny though.
So these are all very good reasons. However, the strongest of them depends.
Oh. They're all very good, but the strongest. You ready, everyone? You ready for the strongest?
Depends.
The strongest? Shh. We got to hear the strongest reason.
The strongest of them depends on you and your background.
Now, I mean, if he means most convincing, sure, right? I mean, different people be convinced by different things. But objectively strongest should be objectively strongest,
Right.
right?
And there
It
might
shouldn't
be some
depend on your
debate on
background.
that. You might say, well, I believe that the objectively strongest thing is this reason. And someone else will say, well, I think it's that reason. So, there could be debate, but there should be things that aren't in the list of the objectively strongest things, right? Some
Yeah,
things ought to be out of the running as not really that strong of an argument. But
that is interesting though, right?
yeah,
Okay, so he says, blah and blah. I don't remember the names, nor do I care. Two people, right? Two people said that they saw Muhammad in the scriptures. And he says, one guy said the poetry was amazing. And then no names said that prophecy had been fulfilled. So we go from two random people, or two stories that Mary spent a lot of time analyzing and showing why they're complete nonsense. But we got two people who cited what could plausibly be a real reason, right? If Muhammad was in the scriptures, that could plausibly be a reason. I mean, it could mean a lot of things, right? Satan's in the scripture. That's, I mean, he's a true prophet. But regardless, it could at least theoretically mean that Muhammad was a prophet. Then he goes to one person who has a subjective nonsense opinion. And then he goes to 0 people who liked the fulfilled prophecies. He cites the one that every Muslim always cites because it's the only prophecy they supposedly can come up with, which, by the way, would not be a prophecy of Muhammad because it's words of the Quran. So it would be Allah's declaration, not a prophecy of Muhammad. They only ever cite that and interest or tall buildings from the Hadith. Those are the only 3 things they ever cite as supposed prophecies, but they always say lots of fulfilled prophecies. One, the one from the Quran, not from Muhammad, easy prediction to make. The Arabic is ambiguous, and it probably is false anyway, because the Arabic word puts it between 3 and 9 years, and it didn't occur between 3 and 9 years, regardless of what the ambiguous meaning is. The meaning could be predicting either side will win, and it's still wrong. And then we got some hadith that are utter nonsense on the surface, which obviously didn't come true in Muhammad's own time, so he couldn't have cited them as what companions saw anyway. And this is the strongest reason. I'm stunned. I'm stunned. My title is correct. Christians have been stunned because he cites one potentially true argument that it's false, a nonsense criteria, which is false, and then just makes something up. Literally makes something up as his third reason.
yep. Because again, he didn't say any particular person. Then he just said a bunch did, because actually no one did. No one did.
All right, so Ghost says something correct. When you don't know something, you better not say anything. You're going to embarrass yourself. You have embarrassed yourself, Ghost.
Yep.
This is his proof that people knew what Messiah means. Allah said it. Okay. Good story. Good story. Why do none of the tafsirs know it? You say it's obvious. You say the word existed. You say, oh, you're just being stupid. The verb obviously existed. It's a coincidence. Blah, blah, blah.
So he's trying to claim.
You can't say in the Quran it's used to say that it existed before the Quran. I said it didn't exist before the Quran. It's a loan word in the Quran. Muhammad doesn't know what the loan word means, and he repeats it blindly. And your evidence that it existed before the Quran and every Muslim knew what it was, or every Arabic speaker knew what it was, is it's in the Quran. Unbelievable.
So he's trying to claim
believable.
that since it is an actual, it's from a Semitic word, that it existed in Arabic, as if every Semitic word existed in every Semitic language. That's particularly stupid. Yes,
No, actually, he's trying to claim it was originally.
The word. Wait. The word.
I just wanted to tell you what his actual argument was, because you didn't pay attention to the conversation. His actual argument was that it was originally an Arabic word, and all other versions derived from the Arabic.
Yes, because he's a moron, and let me explain why he's a moron. He thinks that because a word from the original root, from which the term anoint comes, since there are words in Arabic that also derive from that word, that the word existed in Arabic. No, it didn't. Yes, wipe existed. Anointing is not wiping. I know you're really, really dumb, but there is a difference between anointing and wiping.
Uh-huh.
So the word anointed one is not the same thing as wiped one. Now, because the folks in the Tafsir were just making guesses, and they're like, oh, well, it's like the root for wipe, so maybe it means his sins are wiped away. So he's like wiped clean, according to some of them, and others have completely different guesses. That's wrong. It's wrong. Yes, you guessed from a central root, but just because we have a particular origin in an ancient common origin doesn't mean that a descendant word has two descendant words from an ancient source have the same meaning. Does not mean anything. So I know you're very slow, and I know you are not understanding it all. Pain crayons, you should not eat your crayons. Islam is a lie. But
I mean, he's spamming Islam is true. What is your evidence that Islam is true? I sure hope you have some stronger evidence than Mr. Farid there. I sure hope you have some stronger evidence than Mr. Farid. Because I'm in pain.
yeah. So
Those
here,
aren't even the best arguments I could come up with.
Whoops, it's playing again. I don't know if they can hear, but let's look at this prophecy. So he says prophecies, and he mentions one. And it's supposed to be Romans defeating the Persians, but it gets funnier. So I want everyone to notice that Allah did not know that the ruler of Egypt wasn't Christian and believed that he was at the time that Muhammad sent out the 4 letters to the 4 kings. It's a huge deal. Muhammad is a moron and thinks that there is a Christian ruler of Egypt, whenever the actual ruler was a Persian. He didn't know that Egypt had been part of the Byzantine Empire and recently conquered by Persia. He didn't know that that happened. Right? So, escapades of the Persians. He doesn't know that. He thought it was an independent country and had been an independent country for a while. Just like Muhammad and Allah both thought that Heraclius lived in Bosra, Syria. They both had no idea where the Roman emperor lived and thought he lived in Syria. Didn't have any concept of Constantinople. Did not know about it. So, let's look at the actual source here. And I took this, I think this is from a Sam Shamoon article, but it is still very relevant and all nicely in one place. Okay, so what it says is the Roman Empire has been defeated in a land close by, where Allah apparently doesn't know, just somewhere close by. But they, after defeat of theirs, will soon be victorious within a few years. So the prophecy says that the Byzantines did become victorious over the Persians who had first defeated them, yet there are the fundamental problems with this alleged prophecy. So according to Yusuf Ali, the Arabic word for a few years means 3 to 9 years. Yet according to the historical records, victory didn't come till nearly 14 years later. The Persians defeated the Byzantines and captured Jerusalem about AD 614 or 15. Byzantine counteroffensive did not begin until 622. Victory was not complete until 628, making the period between 13 to 14 years not a few years alluded to in the Quran. So, renowned historian and Muslim commentator Al-Tabari, he places the victory in 628 AD, right after the signing of the Treaty of Hudaybiyah. So, after the truce between us and the messenger of God, we feared we might not encounter security. I set out for Syria with a group of merchants of the Quraysh. Our specific destination was Gaza, And we arrived at the time of Heraclius's victory over the Persians who were in his land. So this treaty of Hudaybiyah is tied to the victory over the Persians. He expelled them and regained from them his great cross, which they had carried off. Having accomplished this against them, and having received word the cross had been rescued from them, he was staying at Hims. He set out from there on foot in thanksgiving to God, restoring it to him to pray in Jerusalem. Carpets were spread out for him, etc., etc., etc. So, according to the Islamic historians, the date of this victory is set 13 to 14 years later. Translator's footnote talks about it. By about March 628, Heraclius could regard himself as victorious. In September 629, he entered Constantinople as victor. And in March 30th, or March 630 rather, March 630, he restored the Holy Cross to Jerusalem. So, does this sound like this prophecy was true? Al-Bukhari provides further corroboration that Abu Sufyan's visit with Heraclius occurred after the signing of that treaty. So he says Abu Sufyan ibn Harb informed him that Heraclius had called him and the members of the caravan from Quraysh who had gone to Sham as traders during that truce. What placed Rome's complete victory at 30 AD, 15-16 years after the prophecy was given. So, there's even more problems because the original Quranic text had no vowels. Thus, the word "they shall defeat" could be, with a change in the first two vowels, "the Romans shall be defeated." And there's an issue with the actual recitation, the different recitations that people were reciting. Some people were reciting this incredibly important prophecy that Farid says convinced tons of people to convert to Islam as they will be defeated. So they read it as the Byzantines have conquered then in the near part of the land, and they shall be defeated in a small number of years. That is a different reading that some people had. If this is such an important thing, would they have gotten it precisely backwards? Or would people have gotten backwards if people didn't particularly care about this?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
So we don't even know what the correct reading is.
Everything that I said in one sentence.
Oh yeah, and more.
Ambiguous
and more.
And wrong.
Yep. So it amazes us that prophecy from God would not specify the exact time of the victory, seeing that God is all-knowing and all-wise, declaring the end from the beginning. When God specifies a time frame as an important part of prophecy, would expect it to be precise, not a mere guess. For God to guess that the Byzantines would win at some time within a few years, as opposed to specifying exact years, is inconsistent with the belief in the omnipotent being. Hence, it's unlikely that the true God would make such a prophecy. Interestingly, the phrase "a few years" serves to further discredit the prophecy. Abu Bakr believed the term "a few years" meant that the Byzantines were going to win in 3 years. So, in light of this prediction, Abu Bakr undertook a bet with Ubay ibn Khalaf that this prediction would be fulfilled within 3 years, but he was corrected by Muhammad, who said that small number is between 3 and 9 years. Muslims tell us that the Byzantines overcame their enemies within 7 years. The fact, however, is that the Byzantines defeated Persia in AD 627 or 628. That was 12 years after the prediction of Muhammad. Consequently, and the discrepancy here is based on when Muhammad made the prophecy, because apparently it took Allah a while to get news of this, because he didn't get news of this till Muhammad did. Consequently, this passage does not qualify as a prophecy, particularly as the time of the prophecy's fulfillment was far too, between prophecy and fulfillment is far too short. In addition, the event was easily predictable. So, what he didn't talk about are all of Muhammad's false prophecies. Here's one of my favorite. Muhammad he was asked, when will the last hour come? That Muhammad was quiet. Then he looked at a young boy and he said, if this boy lives, he will not grow very old until the last hour would come to you. And the young boy was our age during those days. So he said, this boy won't grow very old. Now, Muslims like to emphasize, oh, but he didn't survive. He died. So it's okay. That's not the point. The point is, if he were to live, he would not be old at the day of the coming of the hour. It doesn't mean that if you kill this kid, you can delay the hour from coming and you can foil Allah's plans.
Mm-hmm.
So, another false prophecy, the hour will not be established till the buttocks of the women of the tribe of Daus move while going around the al-Khalasa. The al-Khalasa was the idol of the Daus tribe, which they used to worship in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance. It's gone now. Daus, the tribe, doesn't exist. This location doesn't exist. Muhammad destroyed it. So how can they go around something? How can the people who don't exist circle around something that doesn't exist? So the prophet ran to Zainab ibn Jahash in a state of fear, saying, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. Woe to the Arabs because of the evil that has come near. Today, a hole has been made in the wall of Gog and Magog as large as this, pointing with two of his fingers, making a circle. I said, oh, Allah's messenger, shall we be destroyed, though amongst us there are pious people? He said, yes, if evil increases. So the wall that falls at the end of time is already falling at the time of Muhammad. It's falling apart. They're coming together.
Mm-hmm.
So Jabir said that when Muhammad would preach, his eyes would become red, his voice froze, and his anger became violent. So this is how Muhammad used to preach. He used to preach with red eyes and raised voice and a violent anger, so that he was like one warning an army and saying, the enemy has made a morning attack on you. The enemy has made a morning attack on you. And then he would say, the last hour and I have been sent like these two. So he would put together his forefinger and his middle finger. So they are touching him in the last hour. They're together. They're touching. They're in contact. And yeah, the end of Islam is also coming according to Muhammad. The faith would recede to Medina just as a serpent crawls back into its hole, which is a very interesting picture, especially given the associations with serpent and Satan and Wad, the pagan god, who became Allah. All right, now we have Muhammad predicting that no one, do you realize the importance of this night? No one present on the surface of the earth tonight will be living after the completion of 100 years from this night. Now, Muhammad could be saying that it just so happens that no one in the world will live to be over 100 years old in 100 years, but actually a number of the companions of Muhammad claimed to live more than 100 years old. There are plenty of people who are supposedly 110, 120 years old in the Islamic sources, and the Islamic sources endorse these ages. What he is saying very clearly is that in 100 years, the end of the world will have come. That is what he's actually saying. And there is no,
that's correct.
And again, this particular one the people made a mistake in grasping the meaning of the statement of Allah's apostle. So what they're saying is that, as I explained it, the people of Muhammad's day understood it. And this guy is trying to correct them. It's fine. All it's saying is that no one will be left from his generation, but that's not what he meant. That's not what anyone understood it to mean in his time. It was another false prophecy, just one among many. So the last hour would come when the Romans would form a majority amongst the people. So the majority of people would be Romans. Now, who are the Romans? They're the Byzantines. So here is Bilad. Here are explanations of the early sources. Bilad al-Rum unequivocally stands for the Byzantine Empire. The term Rum is used exclusively for Byzantium. Period. Period. Bilad al-Rum refers to the administration of the Byzantine Empire, etc., etc. More quotes about these early ones. One can safely assume that the Romans in question were the Byzantines, and in line with its assumption that the term Roman represents the Byzantines, al-Yaqubi calls the ethnic groups in Western Europe, such as the Boston Franks, by their names and does not label them as Roman. Qudama, who belonged to a Christian family of governors from Basra, worked in the central administration in Baghdad at the office of the post sometime between 922 and 948. He wrote Kitab al-Kharaj, the Book of Taxes, as a register of postal stations. In this administrative geography, all references to Bilad al-Rum relate to this discussion of the administration, army, and borders of Byzantine Empire. Early Muslim opinions, again, Rome being the Byzantine Empire was originally unanimously held opinion, a unanimously held opinion. It was the opinion held by almost all the scholars of the Ummah up until 657 AH, 1453 AD. The only reason this interpretation changed is because they took over Constantinople and Byzantium didn't exist anymore, which caused that prophecy to be false and to be can never be able to be anything but false. So they changed the meaning of the words when the prophecy was proved false to try to save the prophecy. So that is the qualities of prophecies in Islam, the prophecies of Muhammad that are supposed to convince us to become Muslim. The best of the arguments, according to Farid. Now, I have not heard a single decent argument out of any of the ones Farid listed. I just hear things that are meant to comfort particularly gullible people, and not even something that would make a good argument against anyone who didn't already believe in Islam. So, I have finished.
All right, Mary is done. I'm going to do one more thing before we wrap up, and that's I'm going to bring up the comments here because they're actually very interesting, right? We said that none of these arguments are very good. And, well, the Muslim comments indirectly seem to say the same thing, honestly, right? These are Muslims commenting on the video. These are the top comments, the most liked. How does this brother not have 500,000 subscribers? Heavily underrated, please share. And that's not really a comment on the video. It's just, I like Farid. For me, it's sufficient that even in my small lifetime, I've witnessed prophecies of Muhammad come true. That was an example, right? And that supposedly would be the tall building.
Which prophecy of Muhammad did he witness? He probably means the barefoot Arabs.
Yeah.
The poor barefoot Arabs building tall buildings. But here's the thing. They're not poor and they're not barefoot.
So before I finish those comments,
you have to be poor and barefoot and building tall buildings.
And it's clearly a description of something that was happening at the time of the Hadith because it's written in the present tense and people describing things. But that's irrelevant, right? That's presumably what he's talking about, which isn't one of the things Farid said. But before that, Ghost, this is the guy who was trying to tell me that everyone knew what Messiah meant, that it was super obvious. And I asked him probably 20 times, what does it, he said, I haven't read the tafsir, fine, fair. I don't expect you to have read everything. But what would it mean if none of the tafsirs knew what this word meant? And he will not answer that question, right? And I told him if he didn't answer the question, he'd be timed out.
He actually did answer the question. Here's the funny thing. He provided a specific verse that he said had the meaning of the word. And in that verse, the meaning is wipe.
Yeah.
So.
But that's not anoint.
That's
right?
That's not what.
And as soon as.
Means. It's not
and after he's exposed on that, that's when he really started to run, right? After he's exposed on it, meaning wipe, and everyone guessing that it meant something along those lines, although that's not actually true. They have a huge variety of the meanings, but that's one of the guesses they make anyway. There's also like some things about string and all kinds of weird things, but they're guessing based on other words that sound similar, right? Not based on any knowledge of what the word actually means. So he eventually admitted that he hadn't read the tafsir, and he said he would. So I asked him, what will it mean if you read the tafsir and you find out I'm right, that none of them know the meaning of the term? He claimed he didn't understand the question. I rephrased it several times. And then he said, I'm too tired to answer this question now. And then finally he said that he's not going to answer because he's timed out, because he debunks Christianity in 5 seconds. He was timed. He never said anything about Christianity. The only things that he said was about Messiah. And he was timed out after being told that if he didn't answer the question, he would be timed out. So I told him, fine, run away. And then he says, run away to me. This is his level of argument. And the reason he won't answer that question, right, is two things, right? He won't answer this because he knows, one, it is actually a problem. If no one knew what the word meant and it wasn't a problem, he would just say it doesn't mean anything, I don't care. But he knows if I'm right, it's a big problem for Islam. And two, he's not confident that he's correct anymore. Like he said, this is obvious, everyone knows this, blah, blah, blah. And then now he's saying, wait a minute, I don't actually have any evidence. Maybe this guy's telling the truth. Maybe the tafsirs don't know. And this is a real problem for Islam. And thus he won't answer the question. So done with that. All right, let's get the rest of these comments from the Muslims on Farid's video. You have single-handedly doubled your YouTube shorts. This is probably the second short Farid put out, so that's a meaningless comment. It just indicates how miraculous the book Quran is and how it proves it's from Allah himself. That wasn't one of his arguments. I mean, kind of, sort of.
They're going from the one guy reported by his brother to claim to be a poet, and if it's not poetry and it's not a soothsayer spiel, then Allah is the only other option.
Yeah, I mean, that's as close as it gets, but he didn't really argue from the Quran itself that it's
my books are apparently from Allah because they're not poetry and they're not soothsayer stuff. So if I write a cozy mystery, it is Allah's cozy mystery.
Anyway, continuing on, I feel like I'm seeing Farid for the first time. I don't know what that means. To me, when I read the Quran, that the sun rotates around its own axis, blah, blah, blah. So scientific miracle, right? That is what this guy says is the best. Personally, for me, when I was born a Muslim, came on the deen, it was monotheism that convinced me Islam was true. Okay, that wasn't something Farid said. For me, it's the fact that embryology, Big Bang, and other facts mentioned. Scientific miracles again. Yeah, that's a pointless encouragement. Strongest proof for Islam is unwavering belief of Tawheed, signaling out Allah as the sole rightful owner of Godhead. So in other words, its doctrine is its own proof. Pure monotheism, not something Farid mentioned.
But Tawheed means unification. No one wants to talk about the fact that it's unification.
And then this guy says, this is the prophecy, blah, blah, blah. Barefoot, naked, destitute shepherds. Not something that Farid mentioned.
They're still not barefoot. By the way, the Quran also, or the Ahadith also say that you're a wicked, evil person if you build a tall building. And in fact, Muhammad's own wives' houses the ceilings were so low that a man could reach up and touch it easily.
Right.
So if you do more than that, then you're an evil person.
Notice how they only ever quote this portion, right? They only quote, when you see the barefoot, naked, destitute shepherds competing in constructing tall buildings. That's the only thing they ever quote. Because if you go and you read the whole hadith, it's quite clear that these are people lamenting about how they have, I think like the exact wording is that we've raised so much money from jihad that we have nothing left to do, and some of us have started to compete in making tall buildings. This pointless, sinful activity. That's the context of the hadith. It's not a prediction at all about anything, nor is it the words of Muhammad. It's the words of some companion describing his contemporary situation. Anyway, again, not something Farid said. These are just very generic. Quran. Reason of the prophet. The reason is that to be a prophet, you have to have prophecies. That's a bare minimum. Prophecies are happening right now. Again, not something Farid mentioned. Poetical prose can't be imitated. Not something that Farid mentioned. All these Muslims are saying other things.
He kind of did in the whole. It's not. It must be from God.
I mean, not really.
Not poetry.
Not really. He said that someone said it. He didn't say anything about it being inimitable and anything else. Generic comment, generic comment, generic comment, generic comment.
Houston Euler says apparently naked shepherds means Western engineers, which
Yeah.
is so the truth. Western engineers and slave labor from the East.
And then this guy says,
How
"Yep,
many Arabs were
each
even
their own."
involved in that construction? It was
I mean, they paid
designed by
for it. That's
Westerners
something.
because there are no competent Arab engineers to be able to do that in the Middle East. And in and it was built by people who weren't lazy, so again, not the Arabs locally.
So then this guy says, "Yep, each their own. Everyone does differently. To me, it's scientific miracles and the Sharia law. I know numbers in the Quran and a bunch of generic comments. Conquest of Makkah. Well, this
Oh,
is probably
that's
true.
another one that's really funny. So
He
Muhammad,
did. Well, hold on, Mary.
yeah,
I'll let you explain the supposed miracle. But this guy doesn't actually say miracle. He just says conquest of Makkah was the reason Arabs began to accept Islam, and that's probably actually partially true. Muhammad's army started to be successful, and people started to join them, so that's partially true. Not a miracle, though. Now, what is
yeah,
this
but
as a
he's
prophecy?
he's trying to reference a supposed miracle of prophecy of the conquest of Mecca. But Muhammad said that they would do Umrah in a particular time or do pilgrimage at a particular time that he didn't actually get to do. Whenever they signed the treaty, he had to go back home in shame and um, not do it that year. And he had told them that Allah told him that he would do it that year, but then it didn't happen. Again, with the conquest of Mecca, he did not give the correct time when it happened. And I'm not sure how starving his own families till they were so weak that they couldn't fight was really much of a miracle. Like, it seems like a perfectly ordinary siege tactic to me.
Yep. Nanny says, hello, I think I missed a lot. Yes, you did, but the replay is available to you. Just let me just do like one or two more. Yeah, different verses, different background, scientists, philosophers, etc. So nothing, right? No content to that. Very beneficial, no content, no content, no content. Well, that's just Jesus is king. I agree, but not a comment on the video, obviously. Greatest proof is Promet when he said that the seal of the prophets and none shall come after him. It's been 1400 years and the statement is held true. Well, first of all, that's not remotely true. There's been many prophets who have started fairly large religions that came after Muhammad. Second of all, not an argument of Farid. I've probably gone through 30, 40 comments. Two of them made vague allusions to the Quran. None of them cited any of his arguments directly. None of them actually thought that Farid made a good video, regardless of what they said, right? Regardless of what they said in these empty comments. None of them said this is a good argument. I haven't heard this before. Great job. You've explained this specific thing really well. I think that's a really strong argument. No one said that. Muslims didn't think this was a good video. We don't think it's a good video, yet it's Farid's strongest proof.
I still love the fact that he ran immediately to the previous scriptures because that actually would have been the answer of the Quran because people couldn't access it. And he was trying to fool people who didn't know better and had no access to the scriptures.
Yeah,
So,
and Jack said it sounded like a lot of 204 errors, no content. And to be clear, I don't have a problem with any of those Muslims saying leaving generic comments. People can do that. My point was that none of them that actually referenced any reason to believe in Islam cited something that Farid did. They all cited other reasons. No one found his arguments to be convincing was the point. And by the way, all the other things are crap too. Like, I mean, they're actually worse. In fairness to Farid, the things that other people cited are actually worse than the things that he cited. Because like the scientific miracles is complete nonsense. It's complete distortion of the scripture. No scholarly Muslim believes in that. Citing doctrine and saying doctrine's good, that's not evidence that it's true. That's just I like Islam. Great. I mean, everyone likes the religion they're in. And we have the mathematical miracle guy. Yikes. Yikes is all I can say about that. So I didn't see any better arguments, but no one would like Farid's
No.
arguments.
They're just like, ah, it increases my iman.
Yeah, I think that
'Cause
comment's
whatever.
fine, and maybe it did. Maybe this helps some Muslims because, I mean, what counts as dawah, apologetics, responses, debunking, however, whatever you're talking about, what counts as doing that? Saying something, right? Literally anything counts. I've been getting a lot of comments. Apparently, Saifi decided to debunk my 100 Reasons That Islam is False video. He did decline to have a conversation with me. I wonder why. But apparently he went ahead and debunked. I got a lot of comments from Muslims in the last few days that say, how does it feel to be debunked by Saif Talks? Saif has destroyed you, etc., etc. And I've told them two things, right? One, he declined to have a conversation. I wonder why he won't have a live conversation. Two, saying something doesn't count as debunking. And three, give me one good argument that he made. No one's
And
responded.
no one can give an argument. But so they think that like they have the dog yapping idea of argumentation. So when two dogs meet one another, one goes yip 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 yip, ruff, 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 and then the other one turns around and goes ruff, 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 ruff. And if you're the last one making noise as a dog, then you've won. And Muslims have the same idea of arguments, and you're the most recent one going ruff, 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 so then it counts for something. They don't understand the difference between a response and a coherent response, an on topic response, and actual debunking. Like you can respond to things and have not debunked anything. You've not actually, you've made noise. Yes, you have successfully made noise. Good job. Very proud of you. So impressed.
Yeah, he definitely just made some noise.
But you haven't made an argument.
So I haven't. So many of them said, "Why haven't you responded to this?" Okay, so I just went and looked. It was 6 days ago that he made his video. My video is 28 minutes long. You think to respond to my video, you'd have to spend at least 28 minutes, right? You'd have to at least spend enough time to list my arguments in order to respond to them. His video is 20 minutes long. How much could he have possibly have responded to? And considering I didn't explain any of my arguments in the video, I gave them all rapid fire, 30 seconds a piece or so. And he's spending less than 30 seconds debunking them on average. Maybe he only took 5 of them and debunked. I don't know. I haven't watched the video.
And look how much time I took on his silly 1 minute.
Well,
video.
yeah, on Farid. This is Saif.
Farid, yeah.
Yeah, this is a different guy, but
I'm just saying that look at the difference between my debunking of something and this size idea of what a debunking is. Again, it's yapping dog noise.
Yep.
So I'm supposed to be impressed.
Yeah, the first guy who debunked my 100 Reasons is False, he at least took the time to make like a 2-minute video on each one. Took him a long time to do, and he also declined to have a conversation. Shocking. But, he at least attempted to respond to each argument. Saif obviously didn't. Maybe I'll watch this live over the weekend or something, right? Watch party, first time I'm seeing Saif, because I'm scared. That's why I haven't responded in the 6 whole days since the video's been out. And I didn't even know it existed until about 2 days ago when Muslims started to tell me that I haven't responded to it.
Yeah, here we go.
But, maybe I'll watch it live and see what he has to say about me, because I have a feeling what he's going to do is he's going to cherry pick 3 or 4 things that he thinks I messed up the reference on or something. There's probably like 400 references in the video. It's highly probable I messed up at least one reference, right? I did my best to make sure they were all correct. Now, I have many comments from Muslims saying, you got this reference wrong. I looked it up, and it's because they were using a different numbering system than I was, and I did actually have the correct reference. But I bet you there's at least 1 or 2 incorrect references. But he'll cherry pick a couple that he thinks are weak and he can beat up on, and then he'll call me some names indirectly or directly, and I'll have been destroyed. And I bet you, even though I said in the video explicitly, I start with the weakest arguments and end with the strongest. I bet he didn't look at the top 10. I bet he looked at some other ones. Just a guess. In fact, I bet he looked at number 100 because number 100 is about the useless dinner party advice, which isn't really proof that Islam is false. It's just indicative of a prophet getting revelation that benefits himself. And I said explicitly in the video that these aren't proof, they just raise red flags. And I bet you, he says, this doesn't prove anything. It's useful advice not to overstay a dinner welcome. This is how dumb Thaddeus is. He's an idiot. I've destroyed him. I bet you he says something like that. And I haven't watched the video, but that's by far the number one comment I get on the video from Muslims who address something specific is on that very first one, they say something along those lines. Because that's the only one they watched, right?
Yeah.
All right, so last thing here. David Wood will be here in Ohio for some apologist meeting, yes. I don't have the link to that. Let me grab it real quick. But yes, David Wood will be there. I mean, that's kind of lame, but Mary and I will be there too.
Yep.
We will both be speaking at the Seek and Share Truth Conference.
Yep, we will both be speaking, and I would, and if anyone cares to donate, it is free to come, but it does cost quite a bit to put on, so any donation would be extremely, extremely welcome and is needed right now.
Yep, so I put the link to the info on tickets, which you can also get online tickets, by the way. And everything's free, and also the donation link, which we would well, I say we, but really, especially Elle, would greatly appreciate, because if if it doesn't raise enough money, it comes out of her pocket, her and her husband's pocket. So if you could support that, be greatly appreciated. It looks like it's actually done pretty well on the fundraiser, but still some ways to go. So. Dates and all the speakers. There's some other lame people there, but you want to see Mary and me. All right, thank you, everyone. Mary, will we be back to Muhammad next week?
We will indeed, and we will be talking about the noon, the whale noon, or maybe the inkwell, maybe the whale, or maybe the inkwell noon, and the pen. So it should be fun.
You mean you don't like talks like this? You don't like to listen to that kind of voice? What is your problem, Jack Ray? That's kind of racist or something? I could lower the tone if you really want. I could lower the tone, but
just alter it that way, lower it down so you don't have to listen to the shrillness.
Well, thanks. I sound far less annoying than Stipe. I mean, that's a pretty low bar, but I'm glad I sound less annoying than him.
So whenever I get I'm a very expressive person. My voice goes up and down, but my bass speaking voice is lower on average than your average male voice. So there was this group of guys that I was at Discord with, and they're like measuring the average range or the average tone of people's voices, or guys' voices, deciding who is most masculine. And they started getting, and there are only a few girls in the server. Try and get the girls, and I'm like, you don't want to have me in. You don't want to have me do this. It will just make you all sad. They brought me in. They're like, oh no, like.
You mean you should talk with
our masculinity is threatened.
A dark, deep voice, or you're not a real man. Is that what I'm hearing here? Because I can do that. I mean,
my voice shoots way up whenever I'm like really animated. But if I'm just talking calmly, it's just low. I'm a soprano, but my talking voice is it's a lower voice. And they were so, does my voice sound feminine? Because her sounds feminine. I'm like, I've never been taken as a man on the phone, and tons of men with higher voices than me don't sound like women.
Right, it might be low, but it definitely sounds feminine to me.
Yeah,
it definitely sounds feminine. I don't know about how low or high it is, but it sounds feminine. Phil has a ringing endorsement. He says your voice is quite okay.
Well, what's really funny is, the woman who stole all the money from people with the fake health, where you're supposed to take a drop of blood. I'm forgetting her name right now, but it's supposed to only take a drop of blood, and you can run tons of tests on it. And she was a huge scammer. She had a very high natural female voice, and she was like lowering her voice to try to sound, but if you really talk lower you sound strange. And it cracked me up because her lowered voice was still higher than my natural voice, and she thought she would be taken more seriously. I'm like, I still sound like, I don't know, I just sound like a woman. You sound weird, but it's a very funny fake voice. Let me find her name.
And all the cats have arrived for the end of the stream. We had Einstein on a couple times. We've had Morgan here for a while, and Artemis just joined in my lap. Artemis hasn't been joining the stream so much lately. But before we log off, let me get the image of Artemis here.
And yes, Elizabeth Holmes is the person with her fake
Oh,
voice.
and I forgot to re-add Morgan the last time she came back. I mean, she's only been here like 5 minutes, but still, you got deprived of like 5 minutes of Morgan the second time. And then we got Artemis in my lap here. So some cats then. So you were saying we'll be talking about Muhammad. I think we got distracted there. What is the precise topic?
I said it was going to be noon and.
The whale.
Yeah,
Yep, gotcha. All right, so thank you for joining us, everyone. I think I'll probably try to stream solo this weekend and do the Safe Talks thing. Yes, you'll be annoyed by his voice, but you'll have my mocking dialed up to 11. So if you enjoyed today's stream, that's what you'll get from me on Saturday or Sunday when I do that stream. Bible study on Friday, next Tuesday with Mary. Until we meet again, God bless everyone. Have an amazing rest of your day and week. Go and serve the Lord.